A very good evening and welcome to the Sky Exchange Cup UAE Bangladesh Friendship Series powered by SAT News. And we are here for the second T20 International from the Dubai International Cricket Stadium. It's looking lovely. The crowds are coming in. It's a nice evening. The first T20 was won very, very closely. Narrow escape for Bangladesh. I thought just by 7 runs, good work by the United Arab Emirates team. What can they do now in this today's game? Right. Let's have a look at what transpired in the first game here in the first T20 International. Bangladesh posting up 158 for 5, which was they struggled a bit in this, but covered up in the second match. But in the second innings, 151. That's what they got. Bangladesh just scraping through by 7 runs. Well, the Robin Singh, you see there with the team, very focused. They knew they were pretty close to a victory. Yesterday, the captain listening in, and really, they have really put their money's worth on them, and they've worked hard. They've made the Bangladeshis really work hard and try and win that last match. So it's a good unit building up with the World Cup qualifying coming up for the United Arab Emirates very soon, prior to the main T20 World Cup. All right, I've got Tina Mawoyo alongside me. Good evening to you.
Very good evening, Shamim. Rather pleasant evening today. Was out in the field a bit earlier. Nice little breeze. Temperatures not as bad as they were a couple of days ago, so I'll be looking to have another good game's cricket. Interesting, we were just having a look at the side there for the UAE earlier. Robin Singh was talking about how he's looking forward to a better performance today and really felt that they could have taken over and won that game in the first game. Right, a little earlier, Neil was out in the middle and he had a good assessment of the conditions.
Well, yes, right in the center of the ring of fire for the pitch report. This one is nice and easy today. 32 degrees right now, not as humid, and there's a little breeze flowing across the wicket, which means there definitely will be a lesser deuce factor today. Now, this wicket is the same one where we played the first game. There are some cracks here, mind you. This one here. Now, when you pitch the ball at this length, just slightly shorter, the ball will stop and come. We saw this in the previous game as well. Karthik Mayappan, the ball just held in the first ball that he bowled and went crashing onto the stumps. Will that be extracted by the bowlers today? Well, we can definitely wait and watch. Same wicket, which means you definitely want to go ahead and bat second. This one, what we saw in the first T20 International, well, it is a rare occasion where a team batting first defends their score. What will happen today? We'll have to wait and watch. But if you win the toss, go ahead and field first.
Right, Neil seems to think that fielding first is the way to go. Right, let's find out what the captains thought. A little bit earlier, Shamim Chaudhry was out there for the toss.
Very good evening and welcome to the Dubai International Cricket Stadium. We have the second match of this friendship series between the United Arab Emirates and Bangladesh, and it's a very pleasant evening here, I must say. Alongside me, I've got the two captains, CP Rizwan, of course, of the United Arab Emirates, Nurul Hassan Sohan from Bangladesh, and the all-important man in the middle, Mr. Graham Lebroy, the match referee. So who's going to toss the coin? CP. It's a call won by CP, so what are you doing if you just come across?
Sir, we'll have a ball again.
You'll have a ball again, that's understandable.
Yeah.
But you must be very happy with what transpired the other day. You really made the Bangladeshi boys work hard for that win.
Yeah, sir, we are happy with the effort, but it would have been more happier if we would have sealed the result. But,
of course, and yeah, certain things that made you happy, some good fielding, good catches, some decent bowling. So if you could just point some out to me.
Yes, sir, as you pointed out, we did well in patches, but having said that, there is also scope for improvement. We could have nailed it, but we will learn from that and come back stronger today, inshallah.
So you're looking to really change the results today?
Hopefully, we'll try our best, sir.
Well, good luck to you with the game.
Thank you so much, sir.
Sohan, well, bad luck with the toss, but you'll take it.
Yeah, it's no worries. I think the wicket will be good, and I think our batsmen will play well. Yesterday we lose few wickets earlier, but I think today they will put some good score in the board.
And that's the point that you want to ponder about, the early fall of wickets that puts pressure. And eventually, Afif, and you did a good job in taking that score. And you hope it doesn't happen today.
No, it's a team game, so it can be happen. I think we need to play as a team, so hopefully we'll do it today.
What kind of target are you looking at today?
160 to 170 will be a good score for
Big
me.
range.
Yeah.
That, anything above 150, that's good. Any changes in the team today?
Yeah, we have two changes, Ibadat and Taskin in place of Shariful and Mustafiz.
Fine. Wish you all the very best for this game. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
All right. That is Nurul Hassan Sohan, the Bangladesh captain, but it was CP Rizwan of UAE who won the toss and decided to bowl first.
No surprises, electing to bowl first CP Rizwan after winning the toss. Interestingly, Shamim, Nurul Hassan, 4 times he's tossed in T20 internationals and yet to win a toss.
Well, you don't want to remind him of that. I think he won't like that at all. He's just waiting to win a toss. But I think all in all, I mean, the defended paltry total, I must say, on this kind of good batting track yesterday, as we have a look at the teams. And we heard him saying that Ibadat Hussain, Taskin Ahmed are the 2 changes. And that was on the cards. Maybe I expected another batter to come and change. Thought that the whole squad would be given a chance. But those top batters have got to perform, particularly Liton Kumar Dash, who's done so well in the recent past, just coming out of an injury. And he needs to assert his authority. And hopefully Bangladesh will get a flying start with Miraj and Shabir Rahman.
Yeah, that top order, certainly something that they would want to address. The captain, Nurul Hassan, was talking about it. Well, crowd has started to come out again today. And if you were with us a couple of days ago, you would have seen plenty of green and red in the crowd. There's been a lot of support for the visiting side. But those men will be looking to improve on their performance from the other night. Certainly they have a good account of themselves, 7 runs short. But just the vibe that I got from being around the team at the warm-ups, they're certainly feeling that they can come out tonight and they can perform well again. It's the one change in their side. Junaid Siddiqui sits out today. He's replaced by Zahoor Khan, who's the 2nd highest wicket taker in T20 internationals, 41 wickets in 33 matches that he's got for the UAE. But we're looking forward to a really exciting game. Suri looked good with the bat, top of the order. Wasim didn't last long, but you can see that he was certainly showing that he's got a lot of potential, and they'll be looking forward to a much better performance with the bat today.
Right, we have a couple of interviews. The first one is with Ayan Khan, and Mudassar Ali was downstairs a short while earlier with him.
Hello, with me here is the special guest and a young sensational UAE player, under 19 also he played for UAE, and just 16 years old, who made his debut for UAE senior side couple of days back. With me is Ayan Afzal Khan. अयान काफ़ी मुबारक हो आपको, काफ़ी एक अच्छा आपका स्टार्ट रहा, और बताइए आपकी जर्नी के बारे में। पहला ओवर 2 चौकों के बाद विकेट मिली, कैसा फील कर रहे थे आप?
अस्सलाम एवरीवन। मुझे अच्छा ये फीलिंग है कि मैंने अपनी टीम के लिए डेब्यू किया, और मुझे मेरे कोच ने कहा कि मुझे ये फर्स्ट 6 ओवर्स में ओवर है तो मैंने तो मेरा काम था कि उनको अर्ली विकेट के देना है। तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अल्लाह की वजह से ये विकेट मैंने लिए, और डेब्यू में मेरी टीम को जिताने का कोशिश था। अनफॉर्चुनेटली नहीं हो पाया। इंशाल्लाह आज अपनी फुल 100% दूंगा।
And tell us about your preferred format, Ayan, whether it's T10, T20 or 50 overs format.
My format is T20, but over here we play T20 more. So I like every this thing, but I like T20 more because it is a quick format.
And talking about your journey from under 19, and this year you made it to the senior side, and last night you got a call from a franchisee league also. So tell us about your journey.
Alhamdulillah, it's a great moment for me to be selected in the senior team as well in the T10. It is all thanks to my dad, mom, and Almighty Allah. Alhamdulillah, I would like to thank all my coaches as well who has supported me over here. Inshallah, I will do best.
Thanks a lot, Ayan, and all the best for your future. So that was Ayan Khan, the young, talented UAE player. And that's all we have from the sideline. Over to you in the comm box.
Ayan Khan, the youngest player in T20 debut, 16 years and 314 days only. So a lot of prospect, a lot of future in store for him, and they're the others, the younger ones. So he's got a point to prove, and we'll see him in action yesterday.
I was very impressed. I'll tell you what, I like the enthusiasm he has. I like the confidence that he has. And I've mentioned it a couple of nights ago that you look at the way he went about his cricket, you wouldn't think that he's a young man, just 16 years of age and making his international debut, but he certainly has a great future ahead of him. We look forward to seeing him turning out in UAE colours in many more years to come.
All right, wonderful prospect. And let's now join Roshan Abhisingh, and he's got Khalid Mahmood Chujon with him.
I got the team director of Bangladesh cricket, Khalid Mahmood. We're going to talk about Bangladesh and looking ahead to the World Cup. Khalid, let's start off with Bangladesh's fortunes this year. Hasn't been really good for you guys in the T20 format. Any particular area that you identified?
No, to be very honest, that in this format we are a bit behind still. I think there's a lot of places where we need to improve. It's not only one place we should talk. We have depth bowling, we have power play bowling, and our power play batting definitely. But we done well against in Asia Cup. I think and Sri Lanka match was very good. But I think the boys really played well. It's anybody's game that day. But as we are coming up, it's been a good opportunity to be here again to have a few days practice and a game against UAE team. So it's giving a lot of players the opportunity because a lot of players was injured. We missed Liton, Shohan, Rabbi. A lot of boys was injured, so they couldn't play any cricket for a while. So it's been good to their playing cricket. So it's all about the process. So we are working on that. So hoping forward that when we are ready before the World Cup, we are playing in New Zealand and Tri-Nation. So I think that when we fly to New Zealand 30th and we're starting the first game against 7 in Pakistan, really ready, I think.
So how important it is for you guys to be looking to win this series, because you haven't won a T20 series for a while. Having a win behind you?
Winning is a habit. So if you start winning, that's giving you a lot of confidence in the dressing room. So that's what we needed definitely. So obviously this match is very, very important for us again. So I think I'm looking forward to that. But again, you played well and you lose. It can happen in this format. So like I'm only thinking about the process. That what we're thinking about that the job of every responsibility, the individual players is very, very important. The role of the players is very, very important. So we are working on it, and I believe that yes, this series is very important. We have to win this one, but again, going forward, it's very help the team definitely in a long way.
Khalid, thanks a lot and all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
There's the crowd waiting in anticipation here. A little lesser in terms of numbers to the one we had on the first day. It was a holiday on that day, but still a lot of support for Bangladesh as the United Arab Emirates team come out. Just a reminder that CP Rizwan won the toss and decided to field, not very surprisingly. It's a lovely evening here at the Dubai International Cricket Stadium. The weather's milder compared to the game we had a couple of days ago, and the batsmen will be hoping that they can perform a little better also to start the team off to a good start, to a flying start. You need a flying start and a good power play score to make the foundation of a T20 innings.
Yeah, it's been a concern for Bangladesh that power play in T20 international cricket, losing wickets often early on. So they'll definitely be looking to address that issue. Hassan talked about it. Khalid Mahmood also mentioned it. So it'll be something that's in the back of their mind. Mehdi Hassan, who we saw opening the batting for the first time in the first game, will continue with that in this match. 144 runs with a strike rate of 120.
And he's partnered in the middle by Shabir Rahman, who's making a comeback. He's playing his 47th match, but not too many runs under his spell. 951 runs and a strike rate which could improve. He's got a best of 80, and he'd like to replicate that in this innings. He's trying to make a comeback into the team, and Bangladesh will be hoping they can find a combination, an opening combination. They've been searching for it desperately with a lot of different permutations and combinations. They haven't really found one that they can be bank on, as I can say that. So let's hope that these two can give them what the selectors are looking for.
I'm happy to see him back in Bangladesh colours. Shabir Rahman, I think he's a quality player. Seen him over the years. Just probably hasn't quite produced as well as he should for the man who's got the talent of him. Definitely be looking to correct the wrongs of the other day. Trouble scorers. Right. Ball one.
Right on the money, and the ball right behind the line, the bat rather, behind the line of the ball, and they'll give both the bowler and the batter a little bit of confidence that you need to get going. But Mehdi Hasan Miraj will be a little bit pensive, a little bit apprehensive, that's for sure, because he really won't be too happy with what transpired in the first game. Neither will his partner. Well, that's a lovely looking shot. Just a hint of it, and he's lashed it and has flattened it to the boundary.
Just the start Bangladesh would have wanted. Bit of width. He's thrown the bat at it. He's purposefully opened the face so the ball goes up and over the offside. That's all for the good boundary. I've just got a feeling today, Shamim, that these batters from Bangladesh are really going to go and express themselves.
Well, that's what the team will be hoping. That's what the supporters will be hoping. They want an emphatic performance, a good performance from the team before they move on down under. Oh, what a great delivery, an appeal. And I think it's just jogging back. Got the legs, I think, and just waiting. It's a big appeal that came back pretty sharply.
Yeah, it did. Short man, but struck him probably above the pad itself, so reason why it won't be given out.
Well, saved by the bounce. It's just that perfect length. Yes, and Miraj didn't know too much about that. Tell you what, except for that ball that went to the boundary, he's bowled decently enough with the 4 balls that he's bowled. And Mehdi Hasan Miraj, despite getting that boundary early on in his innings, still has his work cut out. You see Taskin Ahmed, Nasum Ahmed on his left. I'll be hoping that Shabir Rahman, who couldn't open his account, didn't trouble the scorers in the first game, he'd like to rectify that. And slip in position. Sabir bowling to Shabir. And once Sabir got the other Shabir in the first T20 International. Not interested.
He'll be looking to give himself a chance at the beginning of the innings. I felt he was almost a little bit flustered the way he went about his innings in another game. Advanced down the wicket. First ball looked to play a scoop to Shabir. There he'll be slightly more circumspect.
Oh, almost chopped it on. That jag back, that's going for runs now. Those very fortunate runs, and 4 of them. But streaky runs, they'll take it. The over is completed. Bangladesh get to 9 without loss. The Sky Exchange Cup, and it's going all around the world. App and Web, Atrangi App and Web, MX Player in India, Hulu App and Web, recast, going to the social media, satellite, the different part, Blitz in Pakistan, we're going to Ghazi TV in Bangladesh, Channel Sports, Hampshire TV in the United Kingdom. So all around the world, people are watching this match between the United Arab Emirates and Bangladesh. Aryan Lakra is pretty good. It's young faces in the UAE squad. Not afraid to give the ball some air early on. Good to see.
I was talking about young faces in the side. Come back to that. This is the last ball of the previous over. No foot movement. Inside edge. Lucky that didn't go back onto the stumps.
Tucking it round. Good call. Good response from his partner. You've got to do that. Ensure that you rotate strike. Imperative even in the shortest of formats when you see lots of boundaries being scored. But ones and twos are so very crucial. Just inside part of the bat once again for a single. So Bangladesh having a little bit of a lucky start in terms of runs with that inside edge. Going away, not hitting Shabbir's stumps, but it's Mehdi Hassan Miraj on strike now. Oh, really tossed it up. I think he missed an opportunity there, Mehdi Hassan.
Yeah, certainly half volley. Wanted to see him be a little bit more forceful. Stroke that he played. Talking about youngsters on the side, had a chat with that man a bit earlier today. Talking about how he's trying to introduce many youngsters as he can. Swung away. Be one to the man forward of square on the leg side. Six players in this UAE squad. Born after 2000, so that's testament to what the coach Robin Singh was talking about, and wanting to introduce as many youngsters into the side.
Oh, goodness. An appeal.
Rahman.
And did he get
lucky to survive? It's the
Yeah.
end of the second over, 12 for no loss.
good? Tell you what, Miraj and Sabir have not really lived very comfortably in the first couple of overs. They've had the chances. The bowlers, oh, now that's forced that shot. You know, that pressure that was building up, he's taking the attack to the bowler. In the process, he's got himself a boundary. But I tell you what, there was an element of risk in that shot.
There was, and it's gone in the air. And luckily, wide of the fielder. Certainly telegraphing his intentions. He's not going to want to hang around here today. Found the gap. Not too far wide of that field in the covers.
See, he was dancing down the wicket and he had to eventually reach for the ball. Thus, the point of contact wasn't where he would have liked it. Very lucky once again. No ball. Oh, that's the last thing you want to do. The bowler getting a little frustrated, trying to put some extra into the next delivery after he thought was a good ball, which could have got him a wicket. But that's going to be a free hit.
You don't want that early on in the innings. This. Tight. That's tight.
Little aggrieved there, you know, with the umpire's decision.
Yeah.
Pretty tight. That
Ended up well in front of the line, but of course it's not where you end up, it's where you land. Very tight call. But for Bangladesh, good. Free hit.
Oh, he's tongued that away. It's going many a mile. It's gone to the stands, the empty stands there, but this will bolster his confidence.
Most certainly will. It's a good shot. It's come out the middle. Not that bad a delivery. Length ball. Shabir Rahman has taken him to the cleaners. That is a huge hit. second tier stand. Maybe that's the release shot that he just needed to gain some confidence.
He is a batter who likes to really hit the big shots. Nicely done, just couldn't thread the needle there. Good work in the field. That's been the hallmark of the game we saw, the efforts in the field. There's a lot of commitment shown by these young UAE players, and they're really like grease lightning across the ground.
Always expect that with young youthful side. Unfortunate thing they did is they dropped two very important catches that could have changed the course of the match in that first game. Afif Hussain dropped on 2, dropped on 3, went on to get 77 in the game for Bangladesh.
Just opens the face. Nice deft touch from Mehdi Hassan Miraj. Last ball of the previous over, Tino. Stumping opportunity, or maybe he was already in.
No, this one just slipped and through the line. Now, it was a lot closer than we thought. Bales did eventually come off. He's just had his foot on the line, I think.
It was pretty close to the wickets. Bowler thought he almost had his man with a bolt. This is good comeback here by Sabir to just ensure that the batsmen don't take advantage of the good start they had in the first part of the over.
This ball will be crucial for the over. 14 runs off the over really so far. You'll know the importance of making sure that he closes this up.
Again, not quite timing it. Had to come down on it in a hurry. But that is another over done and dusted. After 3, it's 26 without loss. One area that the UAE will have to be careful about. You see, in the last game, they bowled 8 wides versus Bangladesh, and they lost by 7 runs. They've already bowled a no ball, so they've got to make sure that the extras, as he tried to drag that, couldn't get a hold of it. Just going back to that, ensure that the extras are not given away, the wides, the no balls. You have to be more disciplined in that area, because it's imperative particularly in the shorter format of the game, to really not give any freebies to the opposition.
No run.
Once again, he's just sort of reaching for that ball, not getting a hold of it, not making that movement to get to the line and the pitch.
One straight up, buddy.
Partner Shabir's just come down and given what you'd expect. Word of encouragement.
Good call. As soon as he dabbed it away, Sabir said, "Jao, jao, just run for it," and that he responded. It's good understanding. Now 27 after 3.5 overs, Tino. That will put the bowling unit under a bit of pressure now.
Oh, that looks straight. That looks straight and given. Definitely got himself in front of the stumps, played across the line. No bat on ball, and first wicket falls.
Yeah, I just said that they're going to start getting worried, but look at this. They seem to be pitching just about off, not too high, and to me it seemed pretty much straightforward. I think it's a decent enough call from the umpire, and the batsman has to go. Kabir Rahman. And this is the first T20 international wicket for Auden Lakra. He goes for 12. Bangladesh at 27 for 1.
Batsman in, boys. Come on, you guys quick finish there. Come on, boys. Batsman in, come on, boys. Ready to play, boys. Come on, Dave.
Bijan Kumar Dash has come in. He's got a bit of experience behind him. 56,000 runs, 1,094 runs. Last quite a few T20s, they haven't had too many 50-run stands by the opening pair of Bangladesh.
It's been a long struggle for them, that opening partnership. See, they're still searching for the right combination. Must be something that really is bothering the Bangladesh tech staff, so close to the World Cup, being able to find the right combination at the top of the order. Lakra has done well because the over prior to this went for 14, but
Oh no, yes.
one run so far on the over, important wicket. There's just one ball to go now.
Yeah, I think it's a wonderful comeback. Yeah, as I was saying just before the wicket fell, that it might put a lot of pressure on the bowling unit, and the wickets come at the perfect time for the UAE, and the pressure is now suddenly back on the Bangladeshi batters. First places it away quietly to open his account with a single that completes over number 4, 28 for 1. Half centuries by Bangladesh, top 3, and that is of big concern. 26 matches now so far without a 50-plus score for the opening partnership, and that they've got to rectify sooner than later. They're going to the World Cup, and they've tried to bring in different opening pairs, but somehow it just has not worked.
No, it hasn't. Headaches for Bangladesh with regards to the top order in this format. Ayan Khan.
This young man has been very impressive, as we mentioned earlier on. That little bit of lucky start, if I can call it, a couple of edges and a couple of balls flying in the air, which got them the momentum early on for Bangladesh, but suddenly they've again gone back into their shell. It's gone down, the run rate has gone down to under 7. Hoping Mehdi Hassan Miraj hasn't really looked that confident. Kabir Rahman got a couple of streaky shots, then got out. But I think they'll be looking at Liton Dash at the non-striker's end to just settle things down and get a move on. Oh, he just, the trigger movement, just try to find that gap at mid-wicket, played it straight to the fielder.
You know, there's a couple of balls that he's played the sweep shot to today, and they've gone in front of square. And that's why the man is at a deep mid-wicket as opposed to square on the leg side boundary. Good captaincy from Rizwan. Slip in.
Liton Dash hits it high, and it's going to fall. Couple of bounces, tantalizing for a couple of fielders, honing in on that one, but eventually the result has ended with 4 runs for Liton.
It's nicely played, and he hasn't tried to force it away. The fielder who's back behind the bowler is long off. And this one, very full. Just had to make sure that he got enough bat on it to get it over the head of the mid-on fielder. And that's forced a change in the field. Mid-on actually goes back to long on now to block that shot. Mid-off comes up into the circle.
No run, no run.
The experience of Liton Dash and the youth, exuberance of youth of Ayan on show here.
No.
Touch short. Did well to just rock back and just whip it away for another single. But pretty impressed with what Ayan has done so far, despite that boundary earlier in the over.
Crowd filling up.
Scoops it. Going to be runs. How many? No fielder within catching distance or stopping distance, and it goes through for a boundary to finish the over. It's been a good over with the bat for Bangladesh. After 5, it's 39 for 1. Let's have a look at that shot again. Nicely executed. He was into position very, very quickly and did exceedingly well, realizing that no fielders to stop that ball from going to the boundary. 39 for 1 after 5.
Right, it's a good start for Bangladesh. 39 for 1 in 5 overs. It's a very different looking Bangladesh batting display here.
No run,
Litun Das and Mehdi Hassan Miraj. They look good. Mehdi Hassan Miraj, in particularly at the top. I like this move by Bangladesh because they're looking to try and looking to innovate, looking to different kinds of players. But this is the left arm spinner Lakra who's coming on and mixing it up. I got Mudassar Ali with me. A very good evening to you, Mudassar. Lovely to have you with us. I know you got plenty of information and knowledge about these players, and particularly about this young man Lakra. Looks impressive, doesn't he?
Yeah, good evening, Roshan. Definitely an under-19 captain of UAE Aryan Lakra making to the senior team.
No run.
And a useful all-rounder. Tired the non-striker end by Ayan. Resulted in 1 run. A very decent start by Bangladesh. If we compare to the last match, they are building up a partnership.
Nicely played off the back foot, just waiting for the ball. But that throw, had it been better, I'm afraid Litun Das would have been in serious trouble. Not to be. Right, Bangladesh needs that confidence going into that big event in Australia. Good sweep, very safe. Might just be hauled in, it is. They'll come back for 3. I think that was very well done by the fieldsman. I'm sure the umpire would want to take a look, but it was a good effort in the deep.
Time making room and playing over the fine leg. A very good effort by the senior statesman, Zahoor Khan, an experienced fast bowler. Hope he has saved a run for his team.
Yeah, I think it's fine. It looks very good. Very good effort by the fieldsman running in, Zahoor Khan. Running down to the boundary. These runs being saved are so important, isn't it? Every run matters. Goes over the top. It's a safe shot. 1 bounce for 4. Litun Das coming into his own. Just a touch short, rocking back, and then that shot, the execution was perfect.
Brilliant batting here by Das. This time making room and playing with the field over the extra cover fielder for a couple of bounces for yet another 4. A useful power play here for Bangladesh. Beautiful partnership between the both batters.
47 for 1. Last ball off the power play. 4 runs here. This time only a single, but it's a strong start by Bangladesh. 48 for 1 in 6. Litun Das will keep the strike with a single of the last ball. Right, we will have the confirmation about the power play being done and dusted. About to happen. The Bangladesh have been very good. 6 overs, 48 runs, 6 fours and 1 6. Right, so he's confirming that it's the power play done, but it's a good power play for Bangladesh. And they're going to... That's a VB. And this is, just take a look at some of the highlights of the power play. We'll come to that. Talk about the UAE team changes. But these are some of the good shots, good starts. This was a no ball, that was the release from Shabir Rahman. Went over the top. This I thought was a little bit unfortunate. I felt that it bounced a bit. But then, that's how the game goes. Litun Das came in, immediately announced himself with that lofted shot over mid-on. So generally, Bangladesh will be pleased with that power play. Right, so Farid punched. Good fielding. But just tell us about this change in the UAE team. Siddiqui is sitting out, but there's somebody special that has come into the side. Zabah Farid now, 30 years, 14 matches, just 4 wickets. But the UAE side just mixing and matching a little bit with their pace bowling department. We'll come to that after this ball. Nicely worked in the gap. That should be the 50 if they turn for the second. In fact, they're quite happy with 1. Right, tell us about Zahur Khan now. I know that I do know that in a T10 game he bowled a maiden over. Now that is something special.
Yeah, that too, he bowled a maiden wicket over. The batsman who was facing was Lendl Simmons, the West Indies batsman. And a very cunning and useful bowler, I would say, Zahur Khan, with lots of experience. He has played around 70 first-class matches back home in Pakistan and moved to UAE in 2010. And as we're talking about Zahur Khan, we have him on the screen. And he has played a couple of leagues around the world. He has been in Canada, Sri Lanka, as well as he's a regular member in Abu Dhabi T10. Good to see him back in the side.
50 for 1, Bangladesh. Charges down, goes over mid-wicket. And he will get a boundary. Litun Das is meaning business here. He's looking to move quickly. 18 of 14. Mehdi Hassan Miraj, 23 of 18. Both batsmen striking almost identically. Now that's another look.
Coming down the track here and sending the ball in the vacant area towards the mid-wicket. 1 bounce. And the Mehdi and Litun Das, the partnership building up between these two batsmen. 6.4 overs has gone. A decent start, I would say, here by Bangladesh.
More runs here. He's looking good. Litun Das looks such a class act. He's a stylish player. He's got wonderful technique. And he's been one of Bangladesh's mainstays as a batsman. And very, very impressive player. Litun Das, very impressive as an opener in his T20 career. Look at his strike rate. People tend to look at the strike rate. 550s. In other positions, slightly lower, but he seemed to enjoy himself as an opener with a, well, average 21. You think anything around 30 in T20 is a decent batting average. Mehdi Hassan Miraj now on strike. Now he's doing the right thing. He's knocking it into gaps. They're running that first run hard. Good running, good running. Brilliant running, really brilliant running. Mehdi Hassan Miraj was immediately off, in case you were wondering. 2 off the last ball, 57 for 1.
Come on, lads. सवारी इतना जल्दी है शबा दोनों नहीं जाने यार भाई
Bit inconsistent in terms of those buildings, 2 small ones and then the bigger ones just emerging. The third one really big, the third over, the biggest building so far in the building blocks. Bangladesh going at over 8 runs and over, and that's not good news for UAE. But what about this man, Karthik Mayappan? Every time I see him, I see him as someone special for UAE.
Yes, there is a change, and we can see the Karthik Mayappan, yet another very talented leggy here we have, and whenever he got the opportunity, he grabbed with both the hands. And he's a wicket-taker bowler for UAE, and CP Rizwan, the captain, definitely want a breakthrough from this lad.
Right, let's see what he does here. He comes in the middle. That's the ideal position to bowl for the leg spinner, or any spinner for that matter. Starts off just on the bounce, tossed up. Litun Das just checking it, not going on with the shot. But what about this? I sometimes wonder whether you're playing in Dhaka or whether you're actually playing in Dubai, because I think the supporters, UAE supporters, are outnumbered. Plenty of Bangladesh support. That's wonderful, isn't it? As a team. Again, a nudge. Just good to see, even when you're playing away from home, to have that kind of support behind you. To have them shouting and supporting you and being enthusiastic. That is a wonderful feeling, particularly when you're a touring team.
As we all know, the Bangladeshi fans, they are a big supporter of this team, and we are playing this match in UAE, and the support we can see here for Bangladesh. And this time on the back foot, cut straight into the hands of the fielder. A rare dot ball. The best thing about this partnership is they are not trying too hard. They're waiting for the bad deliveries and dispatching towards the boundaries, and they're taking for the singles and doubles.
Right, good start for Mayappan. Just 2 runs of the first 3 balls, a dot ball in between. Goes the slog sweep. Oh, just over the man at mid-wicket. Now it's worth taking a look just to understand how tough was it, or was it catchable. But in the end, it's Litun Das getting a boundary. He was going for the slog sweep. It was hit hard. What you would expect. In fact, it's 6. You would. Was it catchable? That's the question. Or did it go over the fieldsman? Well, we can find out here. It was hit. It was hit really hard. And I think, oh, it's 4. It bounced inside. I think the problem there was, Mudasa, that the fieldsman, he had come in a few yards. Now, had he been on the line, the chances of catching it would have been greater.
I really don't know what he was doing there. And a calculated risk taken here by the batsman, which resulted in yet another 4. The 5th delivery of this over, Mayappan.
See, one thing about Mayappan is that he becomes a little bit predictable with the way he bowls. Now, we do know he's a wrist spinner, but he's more googly top spin bowler, where the batsman will try and play him more as an off spinner, really, than as a leg spinner, because you don't find him turning the leg break that much. He delivers it with a very straight arm rather than a slightly lower arm that a leg spinner would want to try and employ. Another single. So it's been a good over, very productive over. 8 runs off it. It's 65 for 1. been a tough time for Bangladesh, particularly the last 12 months. They haven't really enjoyed the kind of success a team would be looking for. They've struggled to win a T20 series, a bilateral series. They've had a few problems of their own, but they're just trying to find the right combination. Now, here, they're looking good. Now, the projected score, Wasim, would be little over 8 runs and over, would be in around 160, and that will be a pretty decent score. But if Bangladesh can get to the halfway stage with a wicket down, you can expect a little bit more than that. You'll expect the last 10 overs to be far more aggressive. Not in control, but he's going to get some runs. That is cleverly bowled by this young left-armer. They'll come back for... Oh, in fact, there would have been confusion. Eventually, they get 3, but that was very good bowling. He did see Miraj coming down, but he just held it back. That was clever bowling.
Don't go on his size. This is 16 years old Ayan Afzal Khan bowling beautifully here. And this time stepping down and kept it on the off stump. Lucky yet to be there, Mirza.
I thought he was very crafty the way he delivered it. He saw the batsman coming, he held it, he shortened the length, so that didn't allow Mehdi Hasan Miraj to go on with his shot, so instead it went off a top edge. As you said, he was very lucky. He should have gone to the fieldsman at third, could have gone to the fieldsman. Right, Litun Das is taken at backward point. He was giving himself a little bit room outside the off stump, and we've spoken about what a clever operator this young man is, and he's got the second wicket, and the wicket of Litun Das.
Crucial wicket here by Ayan Afzal Khan. Waited and waited down the back foot and straight into the hands of Karthik Mayappan. The second wicket goes down. The score moves to 68 for the loss of 2 wickets, Bangladesh.
So Litun Das out for 25. It's 68 for 2. So it's Ayan Khan, right? Ayan Khan.
So at last the partnership has been broken here, and the new man, the man in form, Afif, who has played a brilliant knock, even though he has got a couple of chances, but yet credit should be given to Afif, the way he has played in the last match.
Oh, he batted absolutely magnificent, Afif Hussain, his best score in T20 cricket in his short career. Another look at where Litun Das goes, was giving a lot of room to the young left-arm spinner Ayan Khan, and found the man at backward point. Wasn't in control. Clever bowling by Ayan Khan, who generally brings the ball into the right hand. So there was a sense of the ball following him, so just cramping him up a little bit. And as a result of it, that bit of extra bounce, top edge, with the man Mayappan at backward point. So that's a big wicket, as you said. But Afif Hussain, well, he was in very good touch in that last game. He really got Bangladesh out of trouble, but he's come in at a much better condition, much better situation than that last game. Last game, Bangladesh were losing wickets, but here it's looking far more solid. 68 for 2 into the 9th over, and he wouldn't mind facing a left-arm spinner. Khan straight away on the leg stump, swept and swept well. Good work in the deep. This is good running as well. Very good running. He just got inside the line and swept it behind square leg. Ayan Khan just making the mistake of going just slightly down the leg side.
Good thinking here by Afif, and starts with 2 runs and a bit of good effort in the deep by Aryan Lakra. Straight away off the mark, Afif.
Sensible.
That's what they need to do, just knock it into gaps. Get back Miraj on strike, who's now the senior partner, striking well. 30 of 22, very encouraging signs, isn't it? To see the crowd turn up. And this is a working day. I mean, on a holiday, we had a fairly decent crowd in, but today's crowd is no different, almost close to that first game's crowd. Bangladesh supporters, they turn up in their numbers, they support their team. And they're very enthusiastic.
Sensible cricket here by Mirza. Gently played towards the short middle wicket region and yet another single. And talking about the fans, they came here in numbers. And we do have a Bangladeshi fan in our commentary box as well.
Quite a few. Right, 7 runs in the over so far. They're going at little more than 8 an over, which is very solid and very encouraging for Bangladesh. This is over number 9.
No run.
It's a dot ball to end the over. It is 72 for 2. 9 overs completed. It's a Sky Exchange UAE versus Bangladesh Friendship Series. And at the current rate, Bangladesh will get to 160 at 10 runs and over. Well, that'll be good for them. 180 will be a very decent score on this pitch. And we are almost at the halfway mark of the Bangladesh innings. 72 for 2.
Yes, and here comes Zahoor Khan. 41 wickets to his name. 34 matches played and a very decent economy, 6.78.
Very good. And pretty experienced as well. Well, he's got 100 wickets in T20s, so he carries a fair bit of experience. That's the kind of player UAE would want to have in their side. In there, down towards long on the bounce. Not timed well by Mehdi Hassan Miraj. Only a single. But I like to watch this man bowl. Comes in with a reputation. You spoke highly about him. Told us about what he did in that T10 league where he bowled a wicket maiden, which is not easy in a T10 game. And he also played so much of cricket back home in Pakistan. So this will be a good contest. Experienced seam bowler up against 2 pretty good batsmen.
Definitely, and look for his slower ones and the slow Yorkers. He's very good with the old ball, Zahoor Khan. And the right time, the captain has given the ball to him.
All right, now I like to watch this young man bat. He's a no-nonsense player. He's a very focused player. Hit bat exceptionally well. Yes, he was dropped twice, but in between, he played a wonderful innings in that first game. Wait is the call. Mid-off inside the circle, so he'll be careful with his length. Now long on out. Now interesting to look at the field. 2 men behind square leg on the boundary. 3rd man and a man square on the wicket on the boundary. So those are the 4 fielders. In fact, the 5th one is at long on. So 3 on the leg side boundary. 1 man saving 1. So he'll have to be conscious of the length he bowls, because he just can't go full and wide on the off stump, because the area between point and down to long on, it's open, it's wide. So plenty of open areas if Afif Hussain wants to take him there. That's exactly what he does. That is exactly what he does. That's the wrong length. Don't bowl length or full. And that is a cardinal error.
What a shot here. Look at the pace of the blade, the way he played this shot. He knows there is a mid-off up and a couple of bounces, ball racing towards the fence.
And I thought the length was wrong, the line was wrong. It was too wide, allowed him to extend his arms, and also the length was perfect to punch. He really didn't have a great flourish, but he just punched it, held the pose, But so very well timed. Hit on the up, on the length. He's got a boundary of the third delivery. Afif Hussain. This time, good work. Very good fielding at short mid-wicket. That's Ayan, isn't he? The young man, just 16 years. I've been told that he's just so dedicated and he's so... You were the one who's telling us that he is 13 hours or 10 hours on the field all the time, practicing, utterly dedicated, focused as a cricketer.
I've been watching him for the past 5 years and he has been a regular in the Sharjah team. Father is very strict when it comes to the cricket. He wakes up early morning at 5 and goes back home late night 10
So what
PM
about
to
studies?
home.
He doesn't study?
He do this online classes, but more he's into cricket and he's doing good.
Indeed. This is Mehdi Hassan Miraj. Just gets an easy single. Now what he's doing well, Mehdi Hassan Miraj, is just making sure that he doesn't play dot balls. He's just looking for a single at least of every delivery, rotating the strike. They've got 7 runs of 5 balls. It is Afif Hussain on strike. So 1 ball before the drinks break. The drinks are taken at the halfway stage and Bangladesh are looking very, very solid at the moment. They're sitting pretty.
They have 8 wickets in hand. A good sign for Bangladeshi fans and the team. Firaz batting beautifully, and at the other end we have Afif, who has just came in a couple of overs back and timing beautifully out there, Roshan.
Yes, indeed. On strike, last ball of the over. Swings and swings it well. 1 bounce for 4, finishes the over in style. It's 11 runs off that over. It's 83 for 2. And it is time for some drinks as the players take a break.
Happy with how proceedings have gone so far for them. The issue of early wickets falling being addressed somewhat today. This is what's happened so far. Mehdi Hassan Miraj puts up the order. Been going along quite nicely. First wicket to fall was Shabir Rahman, looking to play the lap sweep, I think. So that wrapping him on the pads before he could do anything, and then Liton Das had a couple of venture strokes. Yes, Miraj just held up one end and just tried to keep things going. A few nice boundaries that were played by Liton Das, showing his quality until this happened. Giving himself a bit of room, but not enough. And then the star of the show in the first game, Afi Hussain, strode out to the crease. He's carried on from where he left off a couple of evenings ago. Joined in the commentary box by Neil. Neil, very good evening.
Good evening, Gino. Ayan Khan will take up the responsibility with the ball. Has been a tad expensive for his liking, but then he's a wicket-taking option. Drag this one out of from outside off. What is really amazing is that despite it being a working day, the crowd's turned up, supporting their favorite side. And despite we playing in the UAE, Bangladeshis have more supporters here.
Yeah, earlier on I thought we probably wouldn't get the same numbers, the crowd, as we did the other evening, of course being a Sunday, but I'll tell you what, they keep trickling in, the fans, and you're absolutely right. This looks like it's a T20 International being played in Bangladesh.
Well, yeah, Dubai International Stadium turning into Dhaka.
Oh, he plays that shot well. It's gone all the way. Seldom does it not when he goes down to play the slog sweep. Such a quality player.
Well, yeah, the bowler should have learned from yesterday's proceedings. Afif, you bowl him there, he's going to send the ball packing. Day before yesterday, the first T20 International, Afif scoring a mighty 66. Despite the fact that he was dropped on 2. 18 of 8 already. Very, very smart cricketer, I would say.
Now, I think the danger for the UAE today is the fact that Bangladesh haven't lost wickets early. Now they can afford to carry on playing their shots, and you can see just 9 deliveries for his 18 runs. Afif Hussain today be playing with a lot more freedom from a lot sooner. Low full toss. And what a brilliant catch! That is magnificent. You could hear a pin drop here at the Dubai International Stadium. It wasn't a good ball. Low full toss, he could have hit that anyway. And he's picked the fielder on the boundary.
Well, yeah, it had to be dispatched. Didn't really get the whole of it. And Karthik Mayappan, what a fantastic catch. Diving in front. These are not easy as the ball dips in front of you. Karthik Mayappan with a signature celebration. Afif Hussain gone, 18 of 10, 90 for 3 Bangladesh.
For 3. Bangladesh, as Musaddiq Hussain Shoykot makes his way out to the middle. Didn't get going in the first T20 International. Platform that's been set for him today. He'll be looking to contribute to what looks like will be a decent total for Bangladesh. But Afif Hussain, he actually hasn't hit that. He's just rolled the wrist on the ball. Really could have given that ball a full swing at the bat and hit it over the boundary.
Get a single there. You're absolutely right. A little more muscle. Probably Karthik wouldn't require to dive in. Would have got straight to Karthik in that case. But Mayappan, he celebrates like Neymar, but put in that dive like Ronaldo. Last ball of the over. 35 of 27. Great catch by Karthik Mayappan. Yes, no, and that should be the over. 11 gone, 91 for 3.
9 overs remain in the innings for Bangladesh, 91 for 3. Current rate will get them up to 165. It was enough the other night, only just. 10 and over will get them to 181. It'll be a good effort. They managed to get themselves to that. Current rate, 8.27. Quite happy with that, I would imagine.
Well, that's right. Now, Karthik Mayappan, again, a wicket-taking option there for UAE. Picked up a wicket on the very first delivery in the first T20. And for him, got one fielder inside the 30-yard circle on the onside. That's a fine leg. Rest everyone manning the boundary line. I don't know if his leg break, the orthodox leg break, is as good, but he's a phenomenal googly bowler. The line that he bowls, immaculate. And the ball has been gripping. When that happens, well, it's party time for the spinner.
Yeah, more so than we had the other evening. That'll be because the surface will just be that little bit drier. You were out there and had a closer look. Green grass that was there the other day wasn't quite there today. That's why the ball skidded on with the spinners in that first match. The dryness and those cracks that are opening up is the reason why there's just a bit of purchase for the spinners today. Mayappan to a second over. Really does have a bright future.
Look at that. Had to check his shot. And I'll bring Musaddiq Hussain on strike. Mind you, it's not going to be as dewy as the other night, because earlier today we saw some breeze blowing across that takes care of the dew. Yeah! Oh, what a delivery, that's coming sharp. Big appeal. The umpire's not interested. He just says, listen, 2 more deliveries to go, get going.
This has clearly struck him outside the line. It's a good ball. It's the googly that you're talking about. Also, Hussain hasn't read it. Let's hit him way outside the line of the off stump. Good decision from the umpire. CP Rizwan seemed to think that there might have been an inside edge on that, I think, appealing for the catch. Hussain survives.
These are some really good questions that Mayappan has been asking. He's taken the slip off, and that too right after the delivery that they all went up shouting.
No run, yes.
No, yes. Dot ball there. Very good over that's coming in. Three runs so far in 5 deliveries. Bangladesh, if they go at the same pace, they'll be getting to 159, just under 60. But 176 if they go at 10 and over from here on.
Call is for 2 because there's that gap at mid-wicket that you're talking about. Great bit of work from the wicket-keeper, making sure that they just get 1. It's a good over in the 12th. Ball from it, 95 for 3. Manhattan started off a lot better today, Bangladesh. Yes, 3 wickets have fallen. That's taken 11 overs to do that, as opposed to the other night when 3 wickets fell within the power play period.
No run, no run.
Leading edge for the Short Cup. Now that's just held on the surface, and that's what we're talking about.
Precisely, the ball gripping on will definitely stop the batters from going on with their shots. They'll have to probably think about it. Stepping down this time, Will that go all over? Yes, it does. Maximum coming in for Musaddiq.
I think he would have had his heart in his mouth for a while, because there was the long on. Just got enough on it to go all the way. Musaddiq Hussain. And he's hit it. He's just closed the face of the bat on it. I think he was trying to go straighter than he did. Kept the fielder interested all the way. Brings up the 100 as well. That's 601 for 3. He's gone again. This one is straighter. All about 1.5 meters short of the fielder. Just got to be careful, Musaddiq Hussain.
Stepping out for literally every delivery of Ayan. The first 50 came in 40 deliveries. The second one a little quicker. 101 for 3. He didn't go for that run. Probably thought that it'll carry all the way to Chirag Suri manning the long on fence. Has been pulling his length back, realizing that Musaddiq has been stepping down.
Hamangi Erzal, today's third umpire. Her second T20 international as third umpire.
No run.
First one a couple of nights ago as well.
Well, she's been in the circuit for quite some time, doing a lot of domestic games as an umpire, as a scorer. Dot ball there for Ayan to finish his spell. He does well. 33 of 4 for him. 13 gone. 102 for 3.
Bangladesh in T20 series. Really have struggled in this format. Prior to the Asia Cup, where they lost both of their matches. They lost 2-1 to Zimbabwe, and coming from the West Indies, where they lost 2-0 as well. In the last 11 T20s that they've played, only managed to win 3 this year, including the victory the other night. 7 losses, 1 no result. So they definitely want to improve there. Swept away. That's going to run away for 4. It's not a good delivery from Mayapan. Low full toss. Finds its way to third man boundary.
Took charge on that. Realized that he had an option. It was a slip in position. Clear him. You get your runs. Musaddiq.
Which way you turning?
T20 cricket has given us so many of these unorthodox cricketing shots. Becomes difficult for coaches to coach the batters with. First get your drives in place and then get your scoops and reverses. A single there. That is absolutely textbook. Get a boundary, take a single, go off strike.
Exactly. Nothing more annoying for the bowler and the fielding captain.
Steps down and gets a single there. Miraz will reach his personal highest, joint highest in T20 internationals, 38. Definitely could do better. Yes, day before yesterday with the ball, picked up wickets, got some run-outs. All right, so where are the fielders now? Offside, 3 inside the circle, 1 on the leg side. That's the fine leg. He goes reverse. And the fielder misses this. 4 runs.
Yeah, well, he's certainly enjoying playing this. Switch it. This time, it's a better connection. Just goes over the field at backward point. But enough on it, gets into the boundary. They're certainly looking to get on with things. As Sadiq Hussain Shokot.
And Basil Hamid, the fielder in that case, one of the better fielders of the side. Got the nickname Superman from Kerala. Basil Hamid, known for taking those flying catches. One last delivery to go in this over. Has been expensive. 11 runs so far. 113 for 3. Where does he bowl this one? He's interested, Ruthia Arvind, and the umpire's gone upstairs. Umpire Shiju Sam. As soon as the extension of the appeal died, the umpire said, listen, I'll go upstairs.
There's a review for stumping. Can I have your best side angle, please?
Mahedi Hassan tells me that he could be a bit concerned here. Look back, tried to get the bat back into the crease. He definitely came out there. Oh, he's got himself back in good time.
That's
good awareness. Realize that he's dragged that back foot. Very quickly getting it back into the crease.
Well, let's see what the giant board says. It says 6 letters, not out. 14 gone, 113 for 3.
Of course, it's warming up to the ICC Men's T20 World Cup in Australia next month. These are the 2 groups: Afghanistan, Australia, England, New Zealand. Group 1, the winner of Group 1 and the runner-up of the qualifying Group 2, making up the rest of that group. And then Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, and South Africa. The runner-up of Group 1 and the winner of Group 2, joining them in that Super 14 stage of the World Cup. Super 12, I beg your pardon.
Well, yeah, UAE are in Group 1, which means if they win, they go in with Australia and the others. And if they end up being the runners-up, for which they'll have to beat at least a couple of teams, they go in to play against India and Pakistan. Most of these boys, rather all of these boys, come in from either of those 2 countries. It will be a very interesting battle if they get in there. 2015 is when they played their last World Cup. That was the ODI World Cup, UAE qualifying for the World Cup 2015. And before that, it was light years back, 1996.
Oh, that's nicely played. Delicately played by Mahedi Hassan Miraj. He'll move on to 42. His highest score in T20 international cricket. A touch of class to this.
Well, he had made up his mind. Went across the line. Sabir going across the right-handed batter. All he had to do was get the connection. Does it really well.
Deep he's gone into the crease, making sure that he can ramp that ball, get right under it.
Tino, as a batter, how much of these unorthodox shots do you like yourself?
Well, I don't mind them. I thought you were going to ask how many of these I played, and I was going to tell you straight away, none.
Well, yeah. Wouldn't like to play them, but a swing and a miss there. What about Taki Malaria?
Yeah, so I mean, he was the first I saw play that. That was in India, way back in 2002, I remember correctly. Zimbabwe went 2-0 up in that series, and they ended up losing 3-2. But he was the first I saw do that, and I think he scored 50 batting at number 10. Only one who's done that in one-day international cricket, or who had done at that stage. And of course, we saw a lot more people polishing up that stroke. Outside edge. No third man. We'll get a boundary. To the pleasure of the fans.
Well, that's right. It doesn't matter how they come. But as long as these boundaries keep coming, spectators are getting absolute drama on field. And these bats these days, ooh, you connect. Even if it's off the edge, the ball's flying.
Some of those edges are quite thick nowadays. Of course, that's why ICC have to just make sure that we keep the parameters, make sure people stay within those. Yeah, the bats a lot bigger now than we used to see cricket in the olden days. That's pitched outside the leg side, leg stump. Oh, he's given! He's given!
Wow! From the first look of it, it definitely looked like it was pitching down the leg. Wow! Let's have a look again. Ooh!
That has pitched centimeters outside the leg stump. And you can see the reaction from Usain Mirage. He's not happy.
Well, yeah, the giant screen shows the same, and Mirage, there's a certain amount of displeasure, and rightly so. 46, just marginally away from what could have been his first half century. 46 of 37, 122 for 4 in 14.5.
Yasir Ali strolls out to the middle, just his third match for Bangladesh in T20 internationals. That's why he's there. Judged LBW Usain Mirage. That has pitched considerable way down the leg side. Fortunate, as he was starting to look really good. Pulled away, opens up his account to the boundary.
Expensive over there. 13 runs back of the length. And a boundary to end the 15th. 126 for 4 after 15.
For 4 Bangladesh coming into their own more or less in this 2-match series. We got 30 legitimate deliveries to get. Where can Bangladesh go? At 10 and over 176, at 12 and over 186. I can't see them going at the current rate. With wickets in hand, they'll be looking to try and accelerate. But this is a good, very good learning curve for UAE. I mean, they had a game in their hands in that first game. But here, Bangladesh are completely, so far, with the bat in hand, looking to take the game away from them, looking to dominate. And Zahoor, spoken about his experience. And one thing good about Bangladesh here, Shamim, is that the running between the wickets have been good. They look to try and pounce on anything loose. I believe the number of dot balls have been vastly reduced. So these are good signs for Bangladesh going forward, even though they're playing against a lesser nation.
Well, it doesn't matter if you're playing against a lesser nation. They gave them a run for their money in the first game. You remember that. So they can't take anything lightly. You're right. That's the point that your rotation of the strike is so very important in any format of cricket. And I suppose they've done pretty well to go to that. They've had a big strike for a 6 or a 4, followed it up with a single. But Yasir Ali, but there have been also 28 dots.
Bowling into the pitch, just a single. We do know that in T20 cricket, the accepted percentage, the number of balls that's allowed or what is basically accepted is about 30 to 35, at best 40, nothing more than that. So 28 dots means that Bangladesh are well within it.
They've still got 5 overs to go now. How many dots are going to come? That is the question.
I really don't think so, because you're into the last 5 overs.
Yeah, no, I think this is the time that there will be more runs.
Absolutely.
If not singles, they're going to be some big ones.
Yeah, they're going to take the bowling on at this stage, and they got reasonably set batsmen in Mosaddeq, Yasir just in. But like to see this man. Promised a lot, delivered a reasonable amount in the Asia Cup, Mosaddeq. Oh, inside edge. This is clever bowling. Now, he spoke about dots. There goes one.
Well, you see, he exposed his intention too early. He's dancing down the wicket. The bowler has ample time to shorten the length, as you said. And he's very fortunate that it got a bit of inside part of the bat. You see, he's just shimmying down. Lucky, firstly, that it didn't go and strike the wickets. And then again, that the keeper wasn't close enough to try and get him out.
I think what Zahoor Khan did well was he bowled it into the pitch, pace off the ball, so the ball really didn't arrive. I think that was the problem with Mosaddeq, as he was looking to shape and go over mid-wicket. He's got that entire offside open. And this time he gets a single. In fact, it might be 2. They're happy with 1.
Not the most convincing looking shot, I must say. He's struggling a bit. Just the thought process that he's going through at the moment. Mosaddeq seems to be out and out attack. Now you can actually garner runs by manufacturing shots, proper cricketing shots. At times batters tend to think it's all big hitting, power hitting, but doesn't necessarily have to be so. You can just use the orthodox shots, use the angles properly, use the pace of the bowler in finding those areas which are not controlled by the fielders. So all in all, I think there's a question of just biding your time for a loose delivery to come along.
But they're going at little over 8 runs and over, but they'll want to strike at around 10 to 11 runs from here, over at least about 11 or 12 runs. They got what, 4 overs and 2 balls left, so those are 26 legitimate deliveries. It's about balls versus runs as to what they could get out of the 26 balls. But this over, even speaking about the experience of Zahoor Khan. Now, short third man comes into the circle, backward pointing as well. 5 on the boundary, 3 on the leg side. Into the pitch again. That's been very good. Only a single. That's what he does well.
You saw the intention of Yasir. He just coiled up to go for a big hit, but cleverly this guy has just hit the deck and slowed the pace, didn't allow him to try and manufacture that shot. At the last moment, just aborted from going for that big swing. Kids enjoying the performance of the United Arab Emirates team. It's been a good tussle at one point in time, short while back. Bangladesh seemed to be just running away and then get a wicket. They tighten up the bowling. Not too many runs in this over, just the 4 runs.
It's been a good one. Over number 16, last ball of the over. Mosaddeq on strike. That's better. More in control, running the first run hard. They'll want only a single because that's good fielding in the deep. That's a brilliant over, just 5 runs off it. 131 for 4, 16 overs completed. Absolutely majestic looking stadium at Dubai, the Dubai International Stadium. The Ring of Fire, as they call it. Pretty impressive. And mind you, it's a massive stadium. You could hold in a fair bit of people, just one part of the stadium full, and no guessers as far as the supporters are concerned. It is all Bangladesh. And this is where the second game's played. In fact, the series have been played at the Dubai International Stadium. And 4 overs to go for Bangladesh, 131 for 4. Mossadegh striking close to 130 at the moment. He'll want to strike it big. This is the leg spinner. Bowls a lot of wrong uns. That's what he does. With that action, he tends to slide on. He tends to bowl the wrong un. And sometimes, Shamim, what happens with a bowler like this is that batsman would start to play him as an off spinner. Becomes a little bit more predictable.
Just before the game started, both of us were having a look at Mayappan when he was practicing. Back to that in a moment. Yes, he's lucky. Yeah, lucky there. Just something that you pointed out, that at point of release, he didn't seem to be getting the turn that's expected from a leggy. So it tends to just depend on the googlies more often than not, and it becomes a little obvious to the batters.
Yeah, that's because it's the point of release, because you would know as a leg spinner you need to try and bowl it at a slightly lower arm to get your wrist rotating a little bit more to try and spin the leg break. And with a higher arm you tend to push it through more straighter, and this is high. Not an easy chance. It's not an easy chance, but catchable. That's Sabir. It's never easy when you're running back and the ball is falling over your shoulder. It's not an easy opportunity, but that's kind of bowled slower, pace off the ball. So look at him. He's running back. It's falling over the shoulder. He was in no position to catch it.
And just didn't have his eyes on the ball. It's very difficult, as you said. But at the moment, the Bangladesh is throwing caution to the wind. He was all over the place. It's not really balanced for that. Didn't have his eye on the ball. But I tell you what, we're going to see more of that from the batters now.
There you are. That again, you could see the wrong and that's pushed through quickly. Now that's what he's doing well. But talking to Robin Singh today, the coach of UAE, what he kept telling us was that in the past, there you are, that's Robin. Mayappan would bowl outside the stumps, and he struggled to bowl in line when he was attempting to bowl the wrong and the top spinner. But now he's going more straighter. But he acknowledged the fact that he doesn't really spin the leg break that much, but he's working with this young Mayappan.
See, that trajectory tells you that he's now trying to be a little more orthodox in his release. I'm sure he's getting the tutelage from the right persons. But one thing that has impressed me is his awareness of the situation. He floats the ball. He tries to tempt the batter. And the next particular ball is a googly. A little bit obvious, but at least he's trying different things while he's bowling.
His last ball off his spell. He hasn't got a wicket. Gone at little over 7 runs. How high has that gone? Someone underneath it. Taken. I said he was wicketless, but he's got a wicket now. And Bangladesh have lost Mossadegh, the set batsman, out for 27. Caught in the deep. And Mayappan, the leg spinner, has struck.
He has indeed, and he deserves that, because I was saying that he was just trying different things, and he tempted the batsman to go for the big one. Mossadegh was saying, very crucial cog in the wheel for the Bangladeshis, has to go. All credit to that bowler. He goes for 27 of 22, got by Wasim of Mayappan, and it's 137 for 5.
Right, it's a bit of a fight back by UAE with that wicket. And then a good over by Mayappan, 1 for 29 in 4 overs, 5 dots in those 4 overs, which means Bangladesh still has 18 deliveries. And the captain comes out, Sohan. That's a name he likes to be called. Not Nurul, not Nurul Hassan, but Sohan.
Well, that's his pet name, or most of these Bangladeshi players have pet names. Just the 11 runs in the last 2 overs, that built up the pressure, that forced Musaddiq Hussain to throw caution to the wind, trying for the big shot. Had the elevation, not the distance. A good catch taken by Wasim in the deep. And that young man, Mayappan, deserved that wicket. He's bowling pretty well. Now, when the momentum should have been created, 2 overs with 11 runs, now it's shifted back towards the UAE. Can the Bangladeshis finish with a flourish?
Right, they got the captain on strike, Sohan. It's Zahur Khan, over number 18. He tends to mix it up quite well, Zahur Khan. He's not expressed by any means, but he's reasonably sharp. Hits the bat hard, mixes it up. I like that ball that he bowls into the pitch, where the ball takes almost an age to reach the batsman, and that's the cleverness, that's the skill he carries as a bowler, and that's why he's been used in the death for the UAE.
And very efficiently too, Roshan. But you know what, if Bangladesh were given the choice of having 2 players in the middle with 3 overs to go, they would have wanted these 2. The 2 big hitters. Yasser can hit a big 6s all over the place. He's a big guy. And 1 for 36 so far. No wickets for Zahur as yet.
Yeah, that was not timed, but you could see the intention. Now, UAE wouldn't mind the singles at this stage. Now, this is a stage of an innings that you'll be looking for boundaries. You'll be really going very hard. 4s, 6s, 2s. You'll have the odd single, but not continuous singles. At the moment, over number 18, they've started well, UAE. So if they can keep them down to around 160, I think it's a good comeback by the UAE.
I completely agree with you there. Sohan played a supporting role to Afif Hussain in the first game, just held things together, let Afif do the scoring, but he's got to have a different role today. He's got to lead from the front. Yasir Rabbi is there, but a very capable batsman, the Bangladesh skipper. Doesn't have much time to settle down.
He did touch the pad, but it was just going down the leg side. Again, just got into that position early. And what is he saying? Is it a leg by or is it off the bat?
No, he didn't make a leg by signal.
Yeah, so it has to be. I thought I heard that paddy sound rather than a woody sound, but it's a single nevertheless. But just on Sohan, so he's a standing captain until Shakib returns, you think?
Oh. That's right. Shakib hopefully will go to the Tri-Nation match that's going to happen in New Zealand, with New Zealand, Pakistan and Bangladesh playing prior to the start of the World Cup. He's just trying to pick his spots. Sure, he's going to go big.
He's got 3 men on the leg side boundary, long off and a man square on the offside. Yasir Ali again does not pick the gap as effectively as he would have liked. A couple of runs nevertheless. Not a great return, but Bangladesh needs boundaries. These are moments that they should be looking to capitalize, should be looking to win. Because when they're up against stronger teams, you would find that the pressure is greater. So it's imperative that Bangladesh look to dominate teams like the UAE, particularly in this stage of the innings.
Indeed, and I think with hardly 2 balls and 2 overs to go after this, you just can't die wondering. You've got to go for it. Just go big time. Not necessarily orthodox shots, but try to innovate. Improvisation is the call of the day right now.
Again bowled into the pitch. This is really clever bowling. He is doing that expertly well, just completely deceiving the batsman. Yasir Ali has been struggling.
He has not really read the ball out of the release of the bowler's hand. You could see him rolling his fingers. Anyway, and that's what you've got to see as a batter, and try and realize that it's going to be a slower delivery. You've got to adjust your shot to it. You're just throwing your bat in hope more than any conviction. It's not going to get you runs at all.
Now, under 8 runs, the rate of scoring. Another one, this time. Has he gone the distance? Has he got the distance? I think, yes, he has. Just manages to get it over the line. It was a valiant effort in the deep. This time he read the bowler quite well, Yasir Ali. It was a bit too predictable on the part of Zahur Khan. Just kept bowling into the pitch and that length. Another look.
Yeah, look at this. He waited. There was height was there. It was comfortable. He was ready for it. And the pace of the ball was there, just going over. Good effort from the fielder there, but to no avail. 6 very precious runs for Bangladesh to finish over number 18. 148 for 5.
Bangladesh will be encouraged by this second game batting performance. Mehdi Hasan Miraj, excellent knock at the top of the order, 46 of 37. I like this move. I like Miraj and Shabir Rahman as the openers. Both very aggressive, good batsmen, capable of scoring runs quickly. Litton Das missed out, so did Afif. Right. This is Sohan driving it down the ground. They should be pushing hard. Good work in the deep. They'll come back for 2 then, nevertheless. Very good running, but I haven't seen Sohan playing those big shots as yet. Not even in the first game, but I know that he's capable of it.
Oh, he sure is. No question about that. But you see, he's just going far across outside the line of the off stump. It's just trying to catch the eye of the bowler, make him sort of try something different. The 150 has come up for Bangladesh with these couple of runs. Sohan will be realizing that there are not too many deliveries left. The first 50 in 40 deliveries, 35 and 35 for the next 2. So they've kept up the rate, but just needs the finishing touch to take them over the 165, 170 mark.
Right, it's Safa Farid. Well, he's another one of those death bowlers for the UAE. Sohan on strike. Again, a full toss, not putting it away, just finding the man in the deep.
You know, sometimes if you try to be too clever, which unfortunately Sohan on both occasions is just shimmying across to the offside, and the bowler has ample time to just ensure that he doesn't get that space to open his bat, you know, have a free swing of the bat. It's cramping him, and thus he's forced to play down the wicket rather than a horizontal shot on square of the wicket. So sometimes it's not the right thing to tell the bowler that what you intend to do. Just wait, if you can, till the last moment and manufacture the shot.
Right, we got Yasir on strike. Slow one. Doesn't time it well again. Straight to the man at long on. Just not able to get that away. Yasir, he's gone. Still, his rate of scoring is good. He's going at 180. Sohan, by contrast, at 125. Now, this is what you would expect of Yasir Ali. He's hit a 4 and a 6, but you need a little bit more from him.
Absolutely.
At this stage.
But I tell you what, a lot of credit to the bowler. The batsmen are on the lookout for runs. They're going to really play big shots every delivery. And look at what is yielded so far. 2-1-1 in the first 3 overs, and this is the 19th over. This has been a good one.
Right, I think Wasim is off the field. He's hope he hasn't hurt himself. He went for that catch at deep mid wicket, and that's, I think there was some kind of, I think, sprain or just wondering whether he's knocked his head somewhere. I didn't see that happen. This is Sohan on strike again, just a single. He's doing the right thing. He's going full and wide. Sohan just sets himself up, going wide of the off stump, and what Farid does is he's following him. He's just going full, he's going wide. and not just letting him get underneath it.
And it's repetitive. It's pretty obvious. So I hope it's nothing serious. This is the reason why he's having the treatment. Just after he tumbles, hits his head on the ground, and it's taken a bit of time for him to go out and get treatment. I hope that he hasn't got a concussion of sorts, the ice pack going on.
Clever bowling, very good bowling. This is very, very good indeed. This is brilliant bowling by Farid. He's just got one delivery to go, and he's conceded just 6 runs, and this is as good as what you could get in a 19th over.
And the last couple of overs, terrific stuff by the UAE bowlers, all of them that have bowled the last 3 overs. It's been excellent from them, kept it tight, haven't given away boundaries when Bangladesh was looking for it. And they seem to be in the rhythm to get those runs. Yasir Ali Rabbi and the skipper Sohan. But, well, let's see what they can achieve from this last delivery.
Can he finish well? Let's see. He does, in fact. He doesn't concede a boundary. He will just give a single. 7 runs in the over, and what a brilliant over by Farid. He finishes well. He's gone for his bowling figures. He's just bowled 2 overs and gone for 16 runs. The 2 last overs, 155 for 5. Right way to the last over, 155 for 5. Brilliant comeback by UAE, particularly in those last 2 or 3 overs. Look at those buildings. The 18th over was a bit big, but the 16th, 17th and the 19th over, they have been brilliant. And particularly the last 5 overs are overs that the bowlers are so much under pressure. You'll have set batsmen looking to take you on, blast you around, but hasn't happened with the UAE bowling. And no surprises that Zahoor will finish the innings with Sohan on strike. What can he do? What can he make out of this over? That's the question. Into the pitch, off a top edge. He will get a boundary, I think. Yes, it is. That's a good start to the over. Again, not where he intended it to go, but doesn't matter. They need runs. It's not about how they come, but it is runs that Bangladesh need.
Well, very fortunate runs here. Not quite getting hold of it, getting the face of the bat, slicing it ever so slightly over the desperate efforts of the fielder. It was short, but once again, I just thought Sohan is just making it too obvious to the bowlers. He's moving forward and across, he's cramping himself, they don't give him room on the offside, he's been forced to try, well, he tried to drag it towards the onside, got the top part of the bat. Very fortunate runs.
Oh, well, don't forget that Bangladesh got 158 in the first game from a much difficult situation. They were looking like getting around 170, 175 here, 159. That's full and driven. Might be only a single. Only a single. They can still get to 170 if they can get the next 4 deliveries big. But it's tough because Zahoor has been good and so has been Farid. They both bowled extremely well the last 2 overs. The over number 19th and now the 20th.
They've been immaculate. They've been meticulous. Very impressed with a team of players who don't play the big boys often, but they've kept their calm. They've not allowed 2 of the biggest hitters in the Bangladesh team to take the game away. You remembered in the first game, 55 runs coming in 5 overs, last 5 overs. And these last 5 overs have been absolutely top class from the UAE perspective.
Right, 4 balls to go. Again, not able to pierce the field, not able to find the boundary. This will be worrying for Bangladesh. Yes, it's been good bowling by Zahoor. It's been clever bowling, but it's about dominating. Wasim is back, so that's good news for the UAE followers and supporters. But it's about creating opportunities at this stage of the innings. And that's what Bangladesh will be wanting to work out or wanting to be working on, particularly in the last overs of a T20 game.
You see, both these batters have the intention of trying to hit the ball as hard as possible. They can have deft touches, can use the angles, they can use the lack of pace to manufacture shots. They haven't tried that. They're throwing their bat virtually at everything without seeing what the ball exactly is doing and adjusting accordingly.
3 balls to go. Again, just a full and wide. That's what he's doing. It's a little bit risky as far as the bowler is concerned, because he's got 4 men, saving 1 on the offside at the edge of the 30-yard circle. He's bowling wide and full, so there was an opportunity for someone to go over extra cover, but Sohan hasn't been able to do that. Only a single.
Yeah, just the point you make. There have been opportunities of using the fielders or the lack of fielders in the right positions, but they haven't tried that. They just, and through some good accurate bowling, they've been forced to play more in the V than shots horizontally square of the wicket on either side. So this has been good from the bowlers. At the same time, I feel that just trying to blast your way through doesn't always yield the results.
There's just 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. It tells me that maybe UAE has been just a little bit naughty. So just 4 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle, long off, and 3 others on the leg side boundary. Oh, missing out on a full toss. They still managed to get a single. That followed him. What was Yasir Ali trying to do? He had moved away. Again, a full toss, an opportunity. Allowed him to try and go over extra cover, but he missed out.
He missed out big time. Look at him. He's just making room for himself. Once again, the bowler, cleverly. It might have been a full toss, but it was trying to follow the body of Yasir Ali and cramping him so that he doesn't get a shot on the onside. Maybe a try over extra cover. But once again, I tell you what, very impressed with the bowlers and the fielders' performance so far. Under extreme duress, they've responded wonderfully well.
The 7 runs in the over. This is after a boundary off the first ball. So that's how good Zahur has been. So 2, in fact, 1 more ball to go. 8 runs in the over. 163 for 5. Can Bangladesh finish off with a flourish? Or will UAE be able to control it? Let's see. 1 ball to go. Captain on strike. Sohan, that is. Time to finish off with a flourish. Time to have the momentum with Bangladesh. And he's hit it high down to long off, and he does well with a 6. And that is a great flourish to end the over. Carries the momentum into the field. Sohan with that 6. 169 for 5. 43 runs in the last 5 overs, but that last over was a great contributory factor for Bangladesh, and that will make them definitely breathe a little bit easier and make them feel happier and more pleased.
Indeed, Roshan, I think it'll ease a lot of the nerves. Just a little comparison, 55 of the last 5 overs in the previous game, in the first game, 43 in this one. So except for that 6 at the end, I think it would look even more paltry than it is now. But as you said, they needed to finish with a flourish, which they managed. The captain got that over boundary and given them that into that comfort zone. 169, that'll give you that moral confidence of defending it. They've defended 158 in the previous game, and well, these boys have done exceedingly well. I'm very impressed with their performance. They look like a professional unit. They might not be playing international cricket with the big boys on a regular basis, but they will be needing 170 runs to win from their 20 overs when they come back.
Right, let's take a look at the batting card of Bangladesh. It's been a much better looking card, though there have been a few starts that was not converted. Miraj at the top making 46, and eventually Sohan finishing off well with 19 with a 6. Yasir Ali making 21, and quite useful contributions in the middle. Afif Hussain missing out, making 18 off 10. Right, these are the partnerships, and nothing big really to talk about, but useful stands right down the line for Bangladesh, with an opening stand of 27 and a quick fire 41 between Litton and Miraj, and then the 32 in the end of just 18 balls.
But the bowlers have been impressive right the way through. A wicket for Sabir. It was a tad expensive, but look at Lakra. He's bowled 3 overs, but he's just given economy rate of 4.67 with a wicket. Couple of wickets for the young man, Ayan, couple of them, and 1 for Mayappan. But Zahoor and Farid impressed me with their control bowling in the death overs.
All right, time to take a look at the highlights of the Bangladesh innings, and this is after they were put into bat by the UAE. And they started off well. Mehdi Hassan Miraj, who missed out in the first game. And then it was Shabir Ahmed pouncing on a no ball, but I thought this was a bit harsh. Shabir Ahmed given out LBW.
Yeah, well, tad unlucky. It could have gone either way, but Mehdi Hassan Miraj and Liton Das, who joined him, went on the merry way. He was playing the scoop shot so very confidently, and dancing down the wicket was typical of Liton Das. When he gets going, makes room for himself, but straight to the fielder. An important wicket. He went for 25.
Hafid Hussain announced himself in style. What a classy player he is. He's someone that can really become a great for Bangladesh. But take a look at this catch. What an outstanding catch by Mayappan in the deep. Brilliant catch indeed.
Yes, indeed. And as you said, there was a little bit of a mix. He was cheeky on occasions, and it paid off. You've got to do that. Now, this was unfortunate. I thought the ball was pitching outside the line of the leg stump, and he was shocked when he was given out.
Absolutely, I think quite a few were shocked. And then this was Mosaddek Hussain. A bit lucky. Not an easy chance, but Bangladesh just took their chances. And then this was the last delivery taken in the deep of that Mayappan spell. And Yasir Ali tried to chance his arms, did get that 6. And there were some lucky runs as well for the captain this time, who finished off with a flourish with a 6 over long off, which made that Bangladesh made 169 for 5 in 20 overs. And this is what the UAE will need. It's 170 runs in 120 balls at 8.5 runs and over. Don't go too far away, because we should be back very, very soon when UAE comes out to try and overhaul this score.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Ring of Fire. UAE now need 170 runs to win from 120 deliveries at 8.5 after Bangladesh batting first scored 169 runs, finishing it off with a 6. Nurul did really well to ensure that his side has that little extra edge over the hosts. The men in green getting ready to defend what their boys have scored. And to talk about this more, I'm joined with Tino. Tino, welcome.
Thanks, Neil. Yeah, I think Bangladesh might just be slightly unhappy that they didn't manage to get a few more runs on the board. However, 169, 170 to win is still something that they feel they can defend. Thought they went about their batting in a positive manner today. Issues of the top order not addressed yet, but certainly they'll be smiling at how the top of the order went today. We're looking forward to an interesting run chase. We didn't see Wasim bat for a long time in that first game. Saw some good runs from Suri. He can bat and give them a good start, and I think we're in for a good run chase.
Well, that's right. Expectations would be high from this man, Mohammad Wasim, the phenomenal hitter of a cricket ball. And if he can give UAE the start that they need, I tell you, we could definitely have an interesting chase at hand. 170 is what UAE need to win. With all the support that Bangladesh has in the crowds, I think they would feel more like a home team as compared to UAE.
That they certainly will. We've had fantastic support. They have great support back home. They've had great support here the last couple of evenings as well. Suri, the man who got some runs the other evening, 40-odd. He won't be on strike first up. That's his pedigree, a best of 88, 786 runs in the 29 matches that he's represented the UAE. And Wasim, 17th match, 632 runs, a best of 112, but even more importantly, that strike rate, 154.
Well, definitely one of the best in the world. 154, that strike rate. He's definitely got skills, while Saifuddin will take the responsibility with the ball. 32 matches, 32 wickets. An economy of 8.42. Wouldn't want to hold that against him, considering the fact that bowls in the power play. Right, first ball, slightly back of the length. Get a signal there, and UAE will get off the mark.
Now, back of a length. I think that's the length they've got to be looking to bowl to Wasim. We saw a couple of balls that were pitched up in that first game. Very happily put them away. Nice pickup shot that went over the onside for 6. One he slapped over the offside. They're wanting to ensure that they keep that length as far away from him as possible. In general, he's a guy who likes to come onto the front foot and play those big shots. You'll know more about him, of course.
Well, yeah, also on this wicket we've seen earlier today, while we're looking at the pitch, back of the length, there are some cracks. If you bowl slightly slower there, the ball will hold on and will put the batters under that slight confusion on whether to go on to that pull shot or not. And mistime, miscue the shots, and that could be the problem. Suri getting off the mark, but then he done extremely well in that first T20 that we saw. He's on the non-strikers. Wasim. Straight to the fielder, dot ball.
That's what I'm talking about. As soon as the ball is pitched up, he's very happy to bring the bat of the ball. Suri performed quite nicely with the bat. In the first game, we're looking to see if he can have another good start here. Wasim bat with him for a bit longer and see if they can put these Bangladesh top bowlers under pressure in the beginning part of the innings.
That should be the idea. Got one sweeper cover on the offside at the boundary. Very well disguised delivery there. Chirag Suri there.
The way he played in that first T20, that beautiful flick boundary. Got 3 boundaries back to back. Very, very classy player, Chirag Suri. Was part of the Gujarat Lions IPL squad. The only player from the UAE to represent in IPL.
He's very correct in the way he plays the strokes, and I like that from the batsman. Doesn't mean that you can't play the big shots and play this format of the game. I mean, if he's being picked up by an IPL side, then obviously something there.
We'll get a single there. We'll bring Suri on strike now. Played alongside, was in fact in the squad alongside Suresh Raina and the others. Robin Singh, their head coach, the director of cricket, the Emirates Cricket Board, has worked a lot with these boys. Prepared them to qualify for the World Cup. And these 2 games will definitely help them fine-tune those points that have to be ironed out. Dot ball to end the over. First over gone, 3 for none. All right, so this is how the Bangladesh batting card looks like. Miraz 46 today. Then the others got starts. Sabir, Litton, Afif. Mosadek stayed on for some time, and then Yasir and Sohan, they finished off well for their side. Wasim will be on strike. 2 or 4 doesn't do justice to his strike rate of 154. I'm sure he would want to change that. Tuskin got into the side today. 38 matches, 25 wickets. Best of 2 of 12. This is fantastic hop at the start.
Ooh, shape away from Haskin Ahmed. It's going to be interesting to see how he goes on this surface because he's got good pace. Ball's a strong ball. Looks to hit hard into the wicket. Missed him in the first game, but very interesting to see how he goes here. However, with the extra pace, doesn't get the ball in the right areas, then it's also quite easy for the batsman to get the ball away, in particular in these first 6 overs.
Well, yes, that'll be the advantage. At the same time, extra pace. Something that UAE will... Oh, what a delivery there. Shaping off really well after pitching. And I think it's a good exercise for the UAE boys to play some really raw pace before they get into the Australian wickets with some real pace.
Yeah, they'll have real pace to have to deal with. They'll have the extra bounce as well of the Australian conditions. Preparation will be crucial for them. For Coach Robin Singh earlier talking about 3 practice matches ahead of the 2 World Cup official warm-up games. By the time they get to the World Cup, they would have get to their qualifying rounds. They would have played 5 matches in Australian conditions. That will be very key, of course, in preparing the batsmen. And you'll find often the associate nations, when they are elevated to World Cups or when they play against some of the stronger teams, batters do struggle with that pace because they don't face that every day.
True.
Play as often as the other teams, so that'll be very crucial for them.
Oh, how did that miss? How did that miss the bat? Tuskin knows what he's bowled. It's a phenomenal delivery coming into Chirag Suri. That'll wake him up.
Beaut. He's pitched it up just a little bit more than the one before. And that's why he's drawn the batter into the stroke a little bit. The ball before, because it was back of a length, he had time to pull the bat away. This time, looked like he pulled the bat away, but he actually played at that. Try and just pitching that ball up a little bit. Not too much. Give him less time to be able to react. There, that's the length you want to be. Got a good start, Taskin Ahmed.
It's a very, very interesting over. If you're a fan of some good seam movement, this is the over that you should be keeping your eyes on. And this is the man that your eyes should be on completely. Chirag Suri, what will he do on the last delivery? Will he let the ball sail away? Or will he try and play? One last delivery. One last delivery. Oh, he missed it. He went for that. There was a slip in place. Chirag Suri gets a boundary, and that is the end of the over with a 4. 8 without loss, 2 overs gone.
तातरी भाई क्विक चेंज बॉयज तातरी जाके तुलसीस
2 overs, 8 without loss. UAE chasing 170. Suri getting a boundary on that last delivery of the Taskin over. Some runs of a bowler of that category will give you some amount of confidence. Sizable crowd.
Nasum Ahmed comes into the attack. Oh, bottom edge. It's just missed the leg stump. Get the single.
World class, Nasum. Matha rak beta.
Deep backward square leg, long off to boundary riders.
Hey!
Nasum Ahmed. Abal wanting to get through this over quickly. Couple of dots in the single already. Pressure.
Nasum.
This opening pair for UAE. Abal quickly, just getting that ball to skid onto the batsman. Last couple of deliveries are key. Bowled well. Got to make sure that he finishes the over well as well.
Well, yeah. 4 deliveries, just 1 run. Now he's gone big. There's a chance. Nasum says, I'll take it, and he takes it. End of Chirag Suri. He got a boundary in the previous over, but couldn't stay long against the spinner. UAE lose their first 9 for 1, and Chirag Suri has to depart.
Yeah, it's the pressure from those first 4 deliveries in the over. Dot, single, dot, dot. That's what's made him play that big shot. Good bowling change from the captain. Well bowled when he's come into the attack, Nasum Ahmed. He gets a crucial wicket. Chirag Suri goes for 5. UAE 9 for 1.
Aryan Lakra comes in to replace Chirag. 4 matches for him, 39 runs. He is a new addition to the side. Fared really well on his ODI debut. Very stylish left-handed batter. 9 for 1 after 3. Nine for 1 for UAE in 3 overs. Not a very impressive start. Not something that they expected. But you can't really blame them. There's some fantastic bowling coming in from Bangladesh. Ibadat has been brought into attack. They're changing every single over.
Yeah, ringing the changes. Hassan.
The call is for 2, but they'll satisfy with just number 1.
I would have been very surprised if I'd seen them come back for 2 there. Ball with the extra pace from Ibadat got to the third man fielder pretty quickly, even though there was the fumble in the hand that slowed it down.
Lakra will be on strike. Right-hand, left-hand combination. It's said that it does trouble the bowlers. It doesn't look like Ibadat is troubled too much. He's bowled well.
Yeah, it just looked like there was a bit of extra bounce in that last delivery. Handled well in the end by Aaron Lakra. The wicket. Where he's looking to go is over that mid-wicket fielder, because there's acres of space behind him and then long on. Ball getting very high on the bat. Wasim told everybody to stay away. I'm going to take the catch. Did exactly that. Nice quick from Ibadat.
1 for the over is what the umpire signals, and that's some serious amount of practical tutorial going on how to duck underneath the ball when these lads go on to play on some Aussie wickets.
The thing about T20 cricket is you can't duck too many. You've got to try and get some runs. Of course, they've just lost a wicket. Ibadat's come into the attack. Have a look. Can afford to get under 1 or 2. Inside edge. Carry through to the keeper.
Well, when you lose a wicket early on in a big chase, it does put you on the back foot. Then again, that's not in the character of Wasim to get bottled down. He is a fearless batter. Probably just trying to gauge in, trying to soak in the atmosphere. Probably trying to conserve his wicket at the same time. Can't do all of that together when you're playing a T20 and when you're trying to chase 170.
Indeed. Just looking at the comparative scores. The ball to go in the 4th over. Bangladesh were at 27 for 1. UAE just 11 for 1 at this stage. That pressure will be mounting. Weight on this man's shoulders. Dot to finish. A good over, the 4th one. Just 2 runs coming from it. UAE 11 for 1.
All right, so where can you watch this? Bunch of places recast, telecasting in over 80 countries around the world. Atrangi YouTube channel, View Sport YouTube channels, and on Blitz TV in Pakistan, Jio Super in Pakistan, Ghazi TV in Bangladesh, Dubai TV here in the UAE. Rest of the world, Channel Sports HD. A lot of cricketing action. And a lot of eyes on these young lads. "11 for 1. That's Ahmed Raza in the centre there. Former captain of the UAE national side.
Oh, misfield. Taskin Ahmed just lifting the head before he collected the ball. That'll allow UAE to get a single.
Well, yeah, almost felt like they were stuck in that limbo of the Nelson. 11 for 1, 3 ones none the way. Direct hit might have probably caused some issues, but not here.
Done well to pick that up. Right, direct hit would have made things interesting. Pulled away. Fielder running in from deep mid-wicket. Does a sterling job on the boundary. Keeps it to just 1.
Wasim wanted the second after the first one. The call was for 2. He was ready. But Arden had gone deep inside the crease. For him then to turn around for the second. Wasim's gone big. And is that the first 6 of the innings? It is. UAE get their first 6 and get on to the score of 20. Oh, there's someone who's disappointed.
Yeah, he certainly didn't enjoy that, but this is nicely played. Calculated from Wasim, just gave himself a bit of room. Went over the fielder at mid-off, and this time he goes up and over the onside. That's huge. That ball is out of here. So what was looking like a very good over has just been spoiled by those last 2 sixes. 15 from the over, 26 for 1.
Got an opportunity, went down on one knee and sent it packing. A fantastic 6 to end the over. 5 overs gone, 26 for 1.
"26 for 1. Right, so it's a big last over. That was courtesy Wasim, those 2 sixes. He's just picked up on his rate of scoring, but still, it's a fair bit of a challenge for Bangladesh. Now this is Taskin Ahmed. Now this is a contest I like to watch for this, because one thing about the nations, the associate nations such as UAE and a few other countries that play at this level, is that they don't really encounter someone who could bowl express pace. Everyone in the 125 to 130, and that's their comfort zone. But throw in somebody who could have some bounce and pace, just like Taskin, just like Ibadat. This is going to be the test. Now, this is something I really like to see how they would cope. And Taskin Ahmed, he's a sharp bowler. He is pretty quick, and he bowls at really decent pace. And his first over, and he had a fair bit of pace, had movement as well, bounce, pace, as we said, and you could see, look at the carry through, and look at how he beats the batsman. It's the line, it's the length, and it's also the pace. It's really good bowling, and finally finding that outside edge.
Definitely, and they're facing a quality bowling here. And they're struggling to find those odd boundaries, and even they cannot pick the singles.
Has to be, has to be. Yes, it is. Wasim, he was given, he moved inside the line, it was full and going at the stumps, and that looked pretty plumb to me. And Taskin Ahmed going for that full-length delivery. Look at where Wasim is. You could see the leg stump, and the chances are that it would be clipping or at least hitting that leg stump. He had moved so much across, and I think that was out.
A beautiful piece of bowling here by Taskin. Bowling on the off stump continuously, and this time bought in. And Wasim walks back, making 18, and UAE 27 for 2 after 5.3.
Oh, really? All right, so it's not a good feeling for UAE. It is how do you pronounce that first name? Eurythia Arvind? Is that the right name?
Yeah, it's a Vrithya.
Vrithya, okay, Vrithya. It's a V, right? I saw it like a U. I beg your pardon, Arvind. My humble apologies. It's Vrithya Arvind. So his strike rate is 134.25, 97 is best, and 2 wickets gone. The 2 openers. And we got Taskin Ahmed really fired up here, bowling with a lot of pace and bounce. Look at the carry, look at the pace. Now, I would have loved to have spoken about Mohammad Wasim because, unfortunately, let's take a look at his wicket again. Moved across his stumps. One would have felt that it was just slipping down the leg side, but he got across his stumps. It was full. And I just caught a glimpse of that leg stump. So, to me, it looked at least clipping. But tell us a little bit about Mohammad Wasim. I know you were instrumental in bringing him here, and also he was part of your team. That when you ran a club, I believe you enjoyed it. And again, hitting that bat hard.
So definitely, it was way back in 2017. I found this gem playing somewhere in Ajman, and luckily I found him. And since 2017, he is with me, and he had played a couple of seasons for my team. And he's a rare talent. UAE has some records to his name. He has got 2 centuries in T20 International against Ireland, and he has the fastest 50 in Abu Dhabi T10, scoring just in 12 deliveries. So very interesting character, Mohammad Wasim, a powerful batsman and hitter.
Right, last ball of the power plays. This time just finds a little bit of the outside edge, a single to end the power plays. Not a great power play for the UAE. 28 for 2 at the end of 6. $28 for 2 by comparison. Bangladesh 48 for 1, and that's a confirmation that is the power play being done and dusted. So not a great power play for the UAE, losing 2 wickets and way behind Bangladesh in those first 6 overs. We're going to see some spin from Mossadegh. Well, Mossadegh Hossain Saikot, 25 matches, 14 wickets. Very good economy rate, best of 5 for 20. And for UAE, it's exciting times. We'll talk about it. Punched on the offside. 2 young players. 20-year-olds, Arvind and also Lakra. But let's first take a look at the power play highlights. And this was that first wicket of Suri. He was done by some dot balls, but then Mohammad Wasim took to the left arm spinner, planted him over long off and over mid wicket. And that gave some meat to that power play before this happened. In the last over of the power play, Taskin Ahmed. Well, UAE will have to step a little bit on the gas. They just can't afford to fall back too much. They need to make sure that they catch up as they go on.
Really becoming a tough chase for UAE. Man in form, Chirag Suri and Mohammad Wasim back in the pavilion. And two youngster, Arvind and Lakra. Lakra, who has led the under-19 UAE team, which went to South Africa. And Roshan, he has worked really hard on his fitness. He used to weigh at around 100-105 kgs when he was playing under-19 cricket. But now he's fit and he made his debut this season. And he has a very good start in the 50-over format in USA.
Down the wicket, not in control, should be taken easily. And the reverse cup, quite easily taken at extra cover. Lakra goes, pressure building on UAE. One thing is the scoreboard pressure, then also the dot balls by the Bangladesh bowlers who are getting their act together. And UAE under some strife here.
Trying to break the shackles here, Aryan Lakra coming out of the crease and straight into the hands of the fielder. And the score is 29 for 3 after 6.3 UAE.
Well, the captains at the non-strikers end because Rizwan crossed on that shot. Strike rate just over 100. He needs to improve that. The modern T20 game, the modern T20 player, you would expect to have a strike rate in the region of about 120, 130. Arvind on strike and he's done. Pushed through quicker, gave himself too much room outside the off stump, stayed down a little bit as well. And UAE loses another one. This is not a great batting performance. And that dugout tells you a story. They are stunned by the fact that Bangladesh have been picking wickets very, very quickly.
Back-to-back wickets here for Bangladesh, and this time Vritya Arvind making room for himself and clean bowled. And Vritya walks back, just scoring 2 runs of 5 deliveries. Score moves to 29 for 4 after 6.4 overs. UAE.
Right, it's Basil Hamid. He's a new batsman at UAE on 29 for 4 in the 7th over. And Mossadegh on a hat-trick. He's got 2 wickets of consecutive deliveries. Lakra and Arvind. Lakra caught at extra cover. Then Arvind done by a delivery that was pushed through quicker, giving himself room and being bowled. And a slip comes in. Cover saving 1. Extra cover in about 10 yards from the 30-yard circle. So is mid-wicket. But quite a few fielders outside the 30-yard circle. 5 of them outside the 30-yard circle. Mossadegh on a hat-trick. And straight away in a good area. And Basil Hamid doing well. And this is that wicket of Arvind. Look how low it was. It stayed down. He gave himself room. and hit almost the middle of middle stump. So he gets off the mark with a single, but this is turning out to be a very good over from the young off-spinner Mossadegh. 7 overs completed, 2 runs and 2 wickets, 30 for 4, UAE. That's a look at the card. Just Wasim's 18 standing out in single-digit scores. Rizwan here to get off the mark. Hamid on 1. Not a good sight for the UAE, Odisha.
Yes, apart from Wasim and Suri, the middle order is struggling for the past couple of matches. Not looking so good scorecard for UAE, completely dominated here by the Bangladesh bowlers.
Right, we're going to see a change bowler. Now, I don't know whether Shabir Ahmad is considered even a part-timer. I haven't seen him bowl much, but he's bowling here. Looking at the options. Fielded well at short third man, only a single. But it's good to see Bangladesh trying out these options. In T20 cricket, these could be very useful. There could be times that you would want an over or 2 at a difficult time from someone. And when you have handy players like this, who could put their hands up and do that. Apesh. Just a single. Shabir Ahmad looking to bowl leg breaks.
They're in complete control of this match, and why not give a try? And Sabir into his first over.
To be Shabir Rahman. I kept calling him Shabir Ahmad, but he's Shabir Rahman. Another short delivery, swung away on the leg side. This time it picks the gap, and that's a boundary. That's a welcome boundary for Basil Hamid. Short delivery, rocking on the back foot, dragged it down, and that's a big gap on the leg side. It became quite easy. A boundary.
Time bit short and found the gap in mid-wicket and long on. First boundary on the blade of Basil Hamid.
Saw him bat in that qualifying round in Oman. He looked a pretty decent player. Again, another single this time, but that time he wasn't up against really top teams. He was up against those qualifying teams, which were good. UAE couldn't qualify, but, well, they were up against teams that were almost equal or slightly below them in terms of strength. Well, let's not underestimate Shabir Rahman. He may not bowl as frequently as one would like, but he's got 6 wickets in his career. And mind you, he's got 6 wickets in under 12 overs, so that's one tremendous strike rate. So no wonder Bangladesh is thinking of bowling him a little bit more, because if you can get 6 wickets in under 12 overs, you've got to be good. 39 for 4.
Not so looking good scorecard here for UAE. 39 for 4 after 8 overs. Only Wasim making into double digit. Basil Hamid accompanied by captain CP Rizwan.
Mossadegh continues. On a hat-trick last time. The single to start off. They're happy with the single. Now, what can UAE make out of this? Now, they're way behind. They need something like 11 runs and over from here. 130 of 71 balls. So, at best, it's a case of competing It's a case of the exposure, it's a case of the experience, handling situations. They can go away. It's not about the result. Yes, if they can win, it's great, but it's not about the result. It's about what they learn at this level, because they're playing in the World Cup. They will be up against really top teams on pitches, so that is going to be tougher than this, with more bounce and pace.
Would have loved to see Zawar Farid getting promoted in today's match. A good batsman and a hard hitter. Single and doubles won't help you. They need to get a couple of boundaries for the next couple of overs.
Yeah, that's a way to go, but when you're 42 for 4 and Bangladesh bowling well, I think it's more like making sure that you don't lose too many wickets. So let's try and show you the qualifiers of the T20 World Cup, which will happen very shortly in Australia. The Asia Cup champions, Sri Lanka, they're also playing in the qualifiers, let's not forget. So it's going to be a tough qualifier as far as the teams are concerned. So that's a good over, just 6 runs off. It's 6 singles. 9 overs completed, 45 for 4. Right, these are the qualifying groups. Got Namibia, Netherlands, Sri Lanka and UAE in one. Group B, Ireland, Scotland, West Indies and Zimbabwe. Now Sri Lanka and West Indies, it's pretty ironical that T20 champions of yesteryear, Sri Lanka and the West Indies, are playing in the qualifying round. Let's not forget, Sri Lanka had to play even the last year, the last T20 World Cup that happened in the UAE, and also the qualifiers were played in Oman. So Sri Lanka has been going through a tough time in the T20 format of cricket, but now they're gradually finding their feet. Hopefully the next T20 World Cup, they might have an automatic qualification.
The good thing is they have recently won the Asia Cup, beating the sides like Pakistan and India, looking better under the captaincy of Shanaka.
Right, Mehdi Hassan Miraj. Now that average is over 50, which surprises me. And also his economy is close to 9 runs, but he is a very clever bowler. Mehdi Hassan Miraj, remember when he made his debut in Test cricket against England as a young off-spinner, he was in his elements. And one thing that I did see in that last game, a quick single here. Oh, that's not good fielding, but only a single. One thing that I saw in him was, now this time they're running on an overthrow. This is not good cricket by Bangladesh, and that's a comedy. The man at mid-wicket doesn't pick up. Luckily, there is some cover, but that wasn't good out cricket by Bangladesh. Luckily, they're not under pressure. Another look at it. What do you reckon, Mudassar? This is not good cricket.
A bit sluggish in the field, Taskeen. First, there's a misfield and an overthrow, and a couple of runs. The name of Basil Hamid.
The one thing about Miraj, Mehdi Hassan Miraj, is what I found is he bowls a very he's a good off-spinner who spins the ball, but he also gets a lovely drifter going. Nice arm ball that drifts away from the right-hander. Which tells me that he started to develop a range as an off-spinner.
Oh yeah!
Only singles at this stage won't help UAE.
But definitely with the single, the 50 comes up for UAE for the loss of 4 wickets. They're finding hard to get those boundaries.
They're doing it easily in terms of singles, and Bangladesh wouldn't mind it at this stage. But it's not hurting them at all. 51 for 4 into the 10th over. They're going at less than 6 runs an over. And now the asking rate is climbing almost up to 12 runs. They're 11.70. Last ball. And they'll get a single, which means they'll get 6-7 runs in the over, and it's time for drinks with UAE 52 for 4.
$118 runs required from 60 deliveries. They have to go at slightly under 12 and over. UAE to win this encounter. 52 for 4. Definitely not in a happy space. But after a little break, we'll come back with live action here. You see Chirag Suri, the first man out, wanted to go and hit something nice and big. Wasim, after 2 back-to-back sixes, trapped LBW plumb in front of the stumps, moved across. Aryan Lakra didn't reach. And the very next delivery, Vritya Arvind moving away from an incoming delivery, straight into the stumps. 4 wickets for UAE, and they definitely sound like out of tone. 169 Bangladesh, and look at that worm that's just crawling way underneath the green worm. That's the UAE worm. To talk about this and more, Tino joins me. Tino, good evening.
Good evening, Neil. Yeah, it's backs against the wall, unfortunately, so far tonight for the UAE. Just lost too many wickets. Too regularly. Be able to accelerate the score even in the first power play. That's why. Now 4 down, 52 at the halfway mark. Still requiring 118 from the last 10 overs. Huge ask.
For sure. 7 bowlers have been deployed by the Bangladesh skipper. It's more like giving literally everyone a chance to go out. Going for the first one really hard. The second is on, and they'll take it. That intent was positive to go for the second. Rizwan, as soon as he hit that and Basil called, he knew that he was going for the second. Ooh. He didn't slide that bat in, did he?
No, he didn't. Eventually had it in by the time the ball hit the stumps. But yeah, how many times have we seen at this level that cardinal sin of not sliding your bat in, and how many times you've seen people out? Past the line, but bat in the air.
Will be a single there. I can tell you one thing, with these two lads batting, 80% of Kerala is watching this game. At one little state down south in India, where these two boys hail from, extremely proud of them, and they love them to bits. I remember when I'll come to that story. Ooh. The skipper, CP Rizwan, he hit his maiden ODI century against Ireland at Abu Dhabi. And there were billboards put up in his town in Kerala.
Wow.
Showing CP Rizwan, the first Indian from Kerala to score an ODI century.
Wow. Keen following, of course.
Massive.
Nicely bowled with pace. Mibadot. Yeah, just difficult times now for UAE. New people at the crease. Made 15 from 14, Rizwan 11 from 10. Target still 115 away, 12.5 to an over. Tough. That'll be wide, very wide.
And the keeper did well to collect that. Almost felt like it come out of some football goalkeeping drills. Rizwan 11 of 10. Basel 15 of 14. These two guys will have to hold this fort. Can't be taking risks at this point in time. Consolidate, build a partnership.
The problem they've got is consolidation period. It's just getting them into an even deeper hole. Beginning of the over, asking rate was below 12.8. All to go. It's now 12.3. Oh, that's well bowled. Just dipped away from the right hand at the last moment. End of the 11th, 57 for 4.
Sahib, papers to get?
113 required of 54. Tino, you mentioned the required run rate jumping literally every over. They'll have to look for boundaries every single over. You can't be relying on those singles, those occasional doubles. They'll have to find boundaries. .58 on board. They've lost 4 wickets. And mind you, they have some hard-hitting batters who can really go big if the platform is set. You can't expect them to come in at this stage and start hitting. Probably need a little bit of structured batting. But then, yeah, still that one boundary every over.
Yeah, well, 12 needed. They need 2 boundaries every over. What you're talking about is just that period that I was referring to in the last over. They've got to rebuild because they've lost so many wickets. Problem is they're halfway through the innings. The run rate's out of control.
Good boy, good boy.
Required run rate anyway. It's the problem that they've got. Looks like they've almost resolved the fact that they're just going to play out the rest of this innings, because I'm not seeing any intent from them. Certainly not the intent I'd expect to see, needing 13 runs to the over now. Oh, he's done well to get the bat down on that. That was very quick from Mahdi Hassan. Oh. Last boundary in the innings. 2.5 overs ago. This gives you an indication of how well Bangladesh have bowled at this stage.
Last ball going for a single. 62 for 4 after 12. That one tall Burj Khalifa amongst the other tiny little buildings, that's what UAE's Manhattan chart looks like. I don't know if I still want to call it Manhattan, looking at those tiny buildings.
Yeah, doesn't really give the imagery of a Manhattan. I found it going very difficult. Just 2 4s and 2 6s in the 12 overs that have been bowled. That's why that Manhattan looks like it does. Fardeen back into the attack from the Mohammed bin Zayed road end.
This is the Dubai Sports City end.
Oh, right. Thank you. Correction. Dubai Sports City end.
That first over just gave 3. No ball called. All right, now there's an opportunity. You don't really have to worry about going big on this one, at least. All right, umpire signaling a free hit. Let's have a look. How far was he? Just marginally, but that line belongs to the umpire.
Yeah, it'd be nice if we could see that from the other run-out camera. That was in the way there, but it looks like it was over. Short. Ball bouncer. He's found the gap. He's played that really well because there's no pace on the ball. Had to make his own momentum and find the gap, and he did exactly that.
Well, yeah, that ball also didn't really come onto him that quickly. Just held onto the surface, waited and played. One thing for sure, didn't really have to worry about his wicket. A boundary coming in after a very long time. Almost felt like the boundaries had gone on a vacation. A single on the next ball there. Robin Singh. I wonder what he went and said to his boys when he went down during the drinks break. Did he tell them, listen guys, bat out the next 10?
I don't know what that'll do for the team, really. Because batting out, not trying to get as close as you can to the total, doesn't prepare you for a situation when you are close enough to the total and you need to try and get, for example, 7 or 8 to the over with the last few batsmen in the innings. Cricket that they be playing going forward from here, and of course the qualifier, they've got to make sure that you're winning matches. So for me, I being in his shoes, definitely would have said, guys, got to try and go for this. Come short, we come short.
Beautifully played there. All along the carpet for runs. The man who comes in next appreciates, and Basil Hamid, he's got going.
Nicely played. Yes, it's a full toss. Got to put it away. He's just open the face to make sure that it gets through that gap.
Maybe that boundary of the free hit got him going. Probably you just need that little impetus, that little momentum to start that machinery inside you that's been probably jammed up. Get a single there. And a very good over from UAE perspective. 13 overs gone, 74 for 4.
Right, Nathan, guys. Rapi. Right, Nasum. Rapi, itu betul juga itu. Sir.
So at this stage, Bangladesh were way far ahead of UAE. 28 runs ahead and a wicket lesser. Very, very comfortable, Bangladesh. UAE definitely would want to make something of this game.
No, sabar, Nasum.
And what is really interesting is that, yes, UAE batters are facing and feeling the heat, facing those quick bowlers, but against the spinners also, they're feeling trapped.
Side.
Spinners have bowled well, yes, but what might be in the back of these UAE batsmen's mind is if I get out, then there's nobody left to try and make an onslaught on us. But 14.5 runs required to the over anyway. Opportunity to use this as batting practice. Say to yourself, listen, let's try and get 8 every over. How are we going to do that? We get a boundary and we look to run the ball around. If we get a boundary early, let's pressurize ourselves. Let's try and get 10 or 12 to the over. It's going to be very difficult to get to the total. Yes, we understand that, but make the most of that situation. That was rather close from Saifuddin.
CP Rizwan now. Beautifully played. Goes straight to the fielder though. You're right, probably create a mini game out of this. Try and revise the target in your head. Bring it down to say maybe 150, 155 and try and achieve that if you can. That'll probably make them plan better as compared to what they have to achieve. Oh, he's gone and went for the drive and dropped it. Yasir. But these catches are not very easy when you have to dive in front.
No, they're not. He just took a bit of time before he started attacking the ball. Won't be able to see it in that shot, but when he realized the ball was dropping on him and he tried to get forward, it was too late. Broncos line up here this time. In the air along the ground.
They're just trying to tire Yasir out. Made him run a few yards on back-to-back deliveries. Almost again in the same direction, but a wide call. Nasum, last delivery of the over. And will be a single to end the over. 14 gone, 80 for 4.
Six overs remain. Innings 3 for 4. Rate of 50. Wide from here on in. Batting department hasn't gone well for UAE today.
Oh, finally some UAE fans. Wow. Please go and give him a pat on the back. There's someone who's coming to support the UAE. Wow, this is interesting. My eyes were in the ground and I couldn't spot a UAE fan. Ibadat Hussain now.
Wapal, good Yorker. First up.
Both of these guys have put in 51 runs together. 32 singles. That's something notable. No, we are not watching an ODI. It's a T20 game. But, well, you got to do what you got to do.
32 out of 51 runs partnership. Singles. Another indication of how difficult the Bangladesh bowlers have made it for the UAE batsmen.
Basil Hamid, 33 of 31. He's one of those utility players that you would like to have in your side. Bats well, comes in and bowls. And an exceptional fielder. Meanwhile, there could be a fielder who would come underneath this. No, he'll have to fetch it from outside the boundary line. A maximum coming in after a very long time. And it's Rizwan CB. No one expected that from him.
That's nicely played. I want you to have a look at this. He's gone deliberately up to ensure the ball gets over the boundary. Probably got a little bit more height than he would have wanted, but it doesn't matter. Salter's a good one.
Definitely, yes. He's someone that you expect to take that innings long and deep. A 6 from him is always delightful to watch. 88 for 4. And 8 runs in this over so far. Can they get one more boundary? Get that entertainment quotient high. Get those runs high. A little bit of excitement coming in with that boundary. And look at that, green and red all across. And those are the Bangladesh fans.
Yeah, they've certainly come out in their numbers. Would have had their hearts in their mouths a couple of nights ago, but today, a different story. Bangladesh have turned up. Performed quite nicely so far.
So many people have turned up. Mind you, it's a working day, but then they've put their work aside, probably calling in officers saying, I'm working from home. A single to end the over. 15 gone, 94 and 90 for 4.
Tough job for the United Arab Emirates team to go anywhere near the target. It will be looking more to have some kind of damage control, reduce the margin of defeat. Nearest, as close to that target of 170 that they can get into. That will be something that will at least give them the fillip. This is UAE's best 5th wicket partnership in T20 International. So that says something. That says that they're going in the right direction. They're building up this partnership of 61 of 53 balls. They've made the batters work hard. They've kept this crowd a little quiet in the last few overs. There he goes. He is not going to hang about. He's not going to die wandering. It's gone the distance. Brilliant shot.
See, I think what UAE can do, let's give Rizwan all the credit for that shot. It was a very good shot. And this was Rizwan's second 6, the slog sweep, taking on the left-arm spinner and connecting it well. Well, they got 74 of 29. Now, in T20 cricket, that is possible. It's not out of reach. But it depends on who's batting and depends on what kind of batting muscle you have. But it's not over until it's over when it comes to T20 cricket.
I agree with you. It's just the fact that they have not been... I think the highest run chase was somewhere around the 170 mark, which they also lost by 2 runs against Bahrain, if I remember right. So it's going to be a tough ask, but they're going to make a fist of it, and that is good to see. They're not just surrendering. They're making an effort to go after the bowling, try and get the runs, garner experience. It all augurs well for their journey down under.
No, I think that's what they need to try and make out of this, Shamim. Because what they got to understand is that if you can't win this game, then what's your next best option? Learn something, get close, get yourself confidence, just carry some positives into the next game or the next series.
And you know, we're talking about this being the best partnership, and look at that shot. Just proper cricketing shots are getting them runs. This is good to see. Coming out of the rut they were early on, and they've reached the 100 mark. Gone on to 102 for 4.
Now it's a big over, 12 runs already. So now what do they need? They need 68 of 25 balls, so they need more than 2 runs a ball. So which means they need 16 runs an over or somewhere there. If they can get close, they'll carry that as a positive, even if they lose.
That's what I mentioned. Just damage control, close the margin of defeat, all the positives. And I think they're doing exceedingly well in encouraging the following matches. You know, if they come close to their target. Anyway, 16 overs gone, 104 for 4. Well, those big tall buildings gives you the semblance of Manhattan a little bit towards the end of the innings. Very, very poor start. Power play was not good at all for UAE, but they've recovered wonderfully well. I must say that the spirit they've shown in trying to go for that target, this partnership worth 75 or 59, has been a revelation. A lot of local support. VIP galleries, very lovely evening, nice and pleasant. I was out down there a short while earlier. Pleasant conditions to watch cricket in. Oh, almost chopped it on. Quick run taken. Safe.
This is a test I would like to see the UAE batsman facing. Now, we do know that Saifuddin is not the quickest. He's not the slipperiest out of the fast bowlers. They do have Taskin Ahmed, they do have Ibadat, who are much quicker. If there is one area that UAE hasn't really been tested at their level of cricket, is extra pace. So they've taken on the spinner, they've profited against the spinner. How would they take on the fast bowler towards the death as they chase? That's the test they need to pass here.
Well, it's just wide enough for the umpire. Little disappointing look from Mohammad Saifuddin, but he was just trying to slow the ball down. In the process, lost his line. But he may be the man that they could fancy going after. Not express pace, as you mentioned. And he's been suffering a little bit from injuries in the recent past. Coming back, so he's trying to find himself at the moment. Not very confident in what he's delivering. So that is the opportunity for the batters to pounce upon. Oh, good ball. Yorker, that's what you want. Did well to dig it out.
Yeah, you could see that the UAE batsmen are very much at home when it comes to spin bowling. That's something that they face day in and day out. And it's a little bit of a handicap as far as they're concerned, because they lack that extra bit of pace in their bowling armory and in their domestic cricket. So that's an area, as they go to Australia on bouncier tracks, they're going to be tested.
Try to hit it hard. Just not that exact point of the bat where he wanted it. Timing not so sweet. In the process, didn't really go where he wanted it. But the intentions were pretty clear. That is the refreshing thing about these two batters. They're not going to die wandering. They're going to go after the bowling. They're also mixing it with proper cricketing shots. on a couple of occasions in the Bangladesh innings, we saw them just going gung-ho at virtually everything. But these guys are just picking the right ones. Well, I don't know how far that's gone. Might just fall safely. He's lucky. Again, mistiming it.
See, another aspect that I like about the UAE cricket here is that they're not overwhelmed by the fact that at one stage they were 4 down for 29 and they could have been easily just cleaned up for something under 100. But the fighting partnership, this partnership now 81 of 64, shows you that they have character in their side. And they're a team that could kind of rise to the occasion.
You know, Roshan, you saw evidence of that even in the first game when they tried to chase down 158. There were 8 wides and they lost by 7 runs. Shows you how close it was. What a fight they put up. Tried the Yorker, almost went wrong. It became a low full toss. Just managed to squirt it away. But it's just that not giving up and going whatever resources you have in hand, you utilize them properly. And you be sensible in your approaches. You become a thinking cricketer and you use your techniques and your mindset to just ensure that you do well. Now he's suffering a little bit. It is pretty muggy out there.
Well, interestingly, this is the best 5th wicket partnership for all T20 internationals played at Dubai. So that is high praise indeed. When you look at UAE achieving that. And these are testing times. These are really tough times because it takes a lot out of the players. But worth taking a look at this partnership package where batsmen started slowly and then started to profit.
Yeah, they picked and chose their shot. They've initially got 21 balls without a boundary, but they consolidated themselves. They made themselves feel comfortable in the middle. And then whenever the opportunity like that came, they swung them around, they pushed them down the ground, played in the V, there were shots all over the place, the slug sweep going over the top. It was a delight to watch. I think this is brilliant from these two.
And the good thing is, they've played proper cricket shots. They're not been slogged, so to speak. They have been top order batsmen. Rizwan 41 of 26. Basil Hamid slightly slower, 37 of 35. But look at the partnership, 82 of just, what, 65 balls, which is very good from a UAE point of view. And interestingly, Shamim, 59 of 19 was exactly where Sri Lanka was when they beat Australia in the 3rd and final T20 game when Dasun Shanaka just took on and waded into the Australian bowling. And it was just finished as far as Sri Lanka was concerned. No chance whatsoever. And we did have the Australian bowlers and Hazelwood really bowling good lines and lengths. So anything is possible.
Yeah, and it would take a Sri Lankan to remember that innings and the numbers in particular.
How could you forget that? That was a defining moment. Oh, what a shot! What a shot was that! That was tremendous. Great improvisation. That was great batting.
Just the difference. I was just thinking about the last 5 overs of the Bangladesh innings when till over 15 they were dominating with the bat. But it's having a check. He deserves a 6 with that. Yeah, I think it's hit the triangle, the advertising triangle flush. If it has, it's a 6. If it bounced just before, very difficult to discern from here, from this angle.
I think it hit the triangle on the full. That's what I think. You got better eyesight than me, so...
You told me a couple of days back that I was colorblind. So
yeah,
how come you're
talking about colors, but
we're
talking about triangle here.
It's not our eyesight, it's what the third umpire thinks.
We're making the assumption, so the third umpire will tell us whether we are right or wrong, but it looks like hitting the triangle on the full.
Soon find out. This will get us a better view. Oh, maybe not.
See, the problem is that the triangle background is white and it's a white ball, so that's the problem. I think that's where we are struggling. I still feel it's on the fly. It's hit it flush.
And all UAE supporters are going with you. They won those 2 extra runs.
Yeah, those 2 runs can be critical.
Absolutely. Still waiting.
Oh, it's a boundary.
Oh dear, Roshan.
Sorry to disappoint our UAE supporters, but
okay.
Still big over, Shami.
It's a big over, definitely. 17 overs have been completed, 115 for 4. We carry on into the last 3. Taskin Ahmed getting ready. He's feeling very hot in this by his son, actually. I think he was telling me they went for Umrah to Mecca.
Just getting back to that shot, I think it's worth taking another look if it's possible. That was an amazing shot, that stroke. It deserved a 6. It was just a reverse kind of sweep, reverse shot. I remember Joe Root playing a shot like that against New Zealand when he got a 6 over third man. Very similar shot.
That shot is employed quite a lot, particularly at the depth. A lot of batters, that's one way. Hardly can put a fielder in that position. A swing and a miss. Not really going to the line. Swinging more in hope than any conviction on that occasion. But he's done well. I don't blame him for trying a shot like that at this stage of the game.
He's just got to go through his bat at everything now, because there's no time to try and settle in and play shots. Just can't take a chance. That Basil Hamid shot was an amazing, one extraordinary shot. The last ball of the last over of Saifuddin that went over and very nearly 6 to third man.
And he's now got his highest score in T20 International. Basil Hamid has his highest score. He'll be pretty happy with that. Tried the wide-ish Yorker length ball, and he's not quite in a position. Had to really try and reach that. The batter in the process got the toe and
destroyed a wide.
Maybe destroyed a wide. Yeah, tried it a little too hard. Maybe if he let it go, might have been. You're right. Could have been called a wide.
In cricket, you can never make a wide. But look at this shot. This is what we are talking about. This is the shot we are talking about. Just look at that. That is an amazing shot. It's his highest T20 international score, but that shot, to me, is the shot of the day. Simply an amazing shot. Just using the pace.
They need more of that. 41 and 42, these two in the middle. Deserve 50s, both of them. Get it closer. It's a tall task. It's a mountain to climb for the United Arab Emirates, but the kids will go on supporting their team. They should be happy with the performance in the first game and a good fight back in this one. Tuskin. Oh, just out of reach. Appreciated by his skipper. Short, and the batter, again, showing his intent a little too early. I thought backing away.
See, this is the point I was trying to make about that extra pace and bounce. This is exactly what Tuskin is doing. He thinks that that's over the batsman's shoulder. He thinks that's one for the over. But that doesn't matter. It's simply done him for pace and bounce. Tuskin is someone who has pace and who can work up a good header scheme.
Oh, he's the grunt. Puts his extra effort in and goes across and stops the ball. This is good from Tuskin. He's a big guy. He's also had his injury problems, but he's a brave lad. Goes after everything. You see the way he ran across. Shows a lot of energy.
A brilliant comeback over after going for a few. That the last over, he's just bowled this over 5 balls for just 2 runs, which includes 3 dot balls. Now, let's take a look at that shirt. Virtually sticking to the body, and that's how tough it is. The conditions are. It's an energy sapping kind of condition. It was pleasant, as you said a little while ago, but it doesn't appear so with the players on the field.
Well, they're all running around, really working hard. 11 dot balls by Tuskin Ahmed in his spell. That is absolutely top-class bowling.
And into his third over.
And into his third over, absolutely. Ooh. And is that going to be? No, it's just a single run. But what a wonderful over that was. Just the 3 runs from Tuskin's over. 18 done. It's 118 for 4. Well, it's coming to an end, this series. Bangladesh in T20 series in the last 12 months haven't really done too well. Just a couple of wins against Oman and UAE in the ICC T20 2021 preliminary. 6 losses against Pakistan, lost 3, and Afghanistan drew it, lost against West Indies, Zimbabwe, and in the Asia Cup. But will they break the losing streak? They should be doing it. They should be cruising to a 2-0 win, and that'll bolster the morale. That'll improve their spirits. This is how it stands at the moment. 169 for 5. Mehdi Hasan Miraj, outstanding. Good support from Liton and Mossadegh. And the bowlers doing their job when UAE came into bat. Still needing 52 runs from the remaining couple of overs. Ibadat, he tries to cut it, doesn't get anywhere near it.
Again, Ibadat's pace is up. He's bowling with good pace. Lines and lengths are good. He's a tall lad. Remember when he started, I watched him in the BPL. He was not quick. He was maybe around medium fast. But he's certainly added a yard or two. He's got stronger. You could see that his physique has got stronger. He's got more wiry. Looks a bit more muscular as well. Put on a few more kilos.
I think he's got a better rhythm. I think that is very crucial. One problem he still has is being a little erratic. He bowls 4 very good deliveries, then he'll bowl a couple which you'd be not talking about. See what I mean? This consistency is missing. He generates a bit of pace. As you said, he's a tall lad, and when he gets his wickets, I just hope he gets one, because you can see that salute of his a la Sheldon Cottrell, and when he takes a wicket, that's a celebration. He hasn't had a chance to do that today. Definitely will be hoping that he can. Up in there, and there it is. Now, are we going to have a look at Ibadat Hussain?
Doesn't look like he's going to salute. he's going to celebrate it in a more mellow way. His celebration is mellowed. He generally, as you said, he salutes and he generally shows off his delight. But this time, wide full toss, low full toss, sliced down to deep point, and the 5th wicket partnership is finally broken. Separated. Good catch by Atif Hussain in the deep. So 90-run stand ends with Basil Hamid out for 42. 119 for 5.
It's Zohar Farid coming in now into his 14th match. Just 153 runs, a decent strike rate of just over 130. He's got a best of 55, so whatever balls he has to face, he will try to make good use of it. But it's unfortunate that Hamid got out. This was looking pretty good. Nice, good ball.
Very good over so far this. And the important thing about any fast bowler, or in fact particularly fast bowlers, is the fact that they should be able to bowl in all 3 phases of the game. Not just the power play or the death. They got to bowl in the middle. So they need to bowl. It's a skill. It's about knowing how to bowl and adapt at different situations, because bowling at the power plays is different to bowling in the death and also in the middle. So Ibadat, you're talking about being a little bit erratic. Those are areas I'm sure he would want to improve and want to try and learn as he goes into this game a little bit deeper, because T20 cricket is something that every player wants to play today, because it's lucrative and it is the most followed format of cricket.
And he carries on bowling tight lines and lengths, and that's good to see. Oh, second run quickly taken. The fielder coming in from the deep didn't attack the ball early enough. I think there should have been some more urgency in the way he attacked the ball and picked it up. Gave that opportunities. The batters did well to spot that and get the extra run.
Bangladesh should have this easy now. 49 runs of 7 balls is asking for too much. in terms of what UAE requires. But what UAE will take out of this game, as we've been telling you, is the fact that they have not been overawed by Bangladesh. They've not been sort of bowled over. They've not been rolled over. Still just 5 wickets down, 121.
Catch is the call, but it's going to go between those two fielders. No one's going to catch it. No one's going to stop it. And that goes to the boundary. And that brings up CP Rizwan's 50. Congratulations. Brilliant under pressure.
Well, outstanding innings by the captain under pressure. In a losing course, though, but it is very, very satisfying for him. And I'm sure UAE would have ticked a few boxes in the process. They were done a little bit on the field with Bangladesh coming really hard at them, though they'll take something with them, particularly in terms of the last 5 overs, the way they stood up and restricted Bangladesh from something bigger than what they eventually ended up with. And here, as we said, after being 4 wickets down for nothing almost, they fought really hard, 125 for 5. And the maiden 50 for the captain, Rizwan. CP Rizwan did take over the captaincy.
Goes down the wicket, doesn't get a hold of it. Quick run taken. Again, alert to the fact the ball's travelling a little slower due to that mistiming. Good running once again. The other side of the coin, just before you put your other thoughts in, is the Bangladeshi perspective. They will be much happier today with a more emphatic, convincing win.
Well, this is Rizwan for you. Excellent knock, his maiden half-century. And did make it in style. Some lovely shots on both sides of the pitch. The drives were good. The pulls were good. The horizontal shots. And interestingly, he was Shamim made captain at the 11th hour, just before this qualifying round. The Asia Cup qualifying round, that is. And I don't think he expected it, but he was just given the captaincy in the 11th hour and then suddenly did come in. And
I understand he hasn't played 10 months prior to that, being asked to lead the country. That's how he scored his runs. A lot of runs square of the wicket on either side, 10 and 18. And deft touches, you can see that he's using the third man area pretty well. And we have had a bit of injury in the middle with the Nurul Hassan Sohan just being hit awkwardly when he tries to stop the ball in the previous delivery. He's getting a bit of treatment in the middle. Hope it's nothing serious. He seems to be all right.
Yeah, I think he's all right, thankfully. I don't think he wants to go off with just 4 balls to go. But it's important that Bangladesh ensures that every injury is kind of prevented and players are protected.
And he has had a share of injuries, just coming out of one. So this is a look at that one. Just ball dying in front of him, I think. Yeah, and he's trying to just grab at it, snatch at it. And in the process, I think it's the tip of the fingers that hurt. Most of the unprotected parts, some areas can really hurt you. So you see he's still wringing his fingers.
It is a pretty painful area, I can tell you, where you don't really have that protection, as you said. Well, wicket-keeping gloves could have all the protection in the world, but still there are certain points which are not, and particularly at the edge of the fingers, the end of your fingers, the thumbs, and also just around the wrist. It's pretty painful.
We've got 4 more deliveries in this match, and the end of what has been quite an interesting series. The Emirates Cricket Board will be pretty happy with what's transpired. Tries the scoop, does get a bit of bat to it, and gets 4 runs. Well,
very ambitious, very ambitious. And I also thought that it was a bit premeditated. He was moving around on the offside, and he was looking to outthink the bowler. I think the anticipation was very good.
You know, most of these scoops or the reverses normally are premeditated, but it's how lucky you are on occasions, because he looked to be in a very awkward position, but still managed to get a bit of bat. Or was it gloves? I don't know. A bit of bat, the face of it. So that's well done eventually.
T20 cricket has thrown up some amazing stroke play. Just simply amazing stroke play. Poachers of 30 years ago might be turning in their grave. Watching shots
if
like
they're
this.
alive, they're pulling out their hair.
Oh, gosh. Because, yeah, if they're alive, I'm saying, but I'm really talking about the ones of yesteryear.
Oh, didn't know where that was going to go. Got the inside part of the bat. Trickles away, thinking of a second run. Decides not too wisely.
Well, cricket's got interesting. Cricket has got more attractive with the shots like this. But then it was a game where coaches would tell you, oh, it's a sideways game. You'll bat sideways, you'll bowl sideways, and you'll feel sideways. That used to be the mantra of coaches of, say, the pre-80 era or pre-90 era.
Now it's full face.
It is now.
Look at his eyes.
You just see it and hit it. They call it the hand-eye coordination.
Yeah, it's sad in terms for the bowlers on occasions because the shorter version. Oh dear, as I said, the bowlers can get a little annoyed with themselves and try something different in the process, lose their line. Yeah, it's tilted. I don't know if you agreed to batters. A lot of things in the shorter version, not obviously the test match.
Yeah, because, you know, you rather come and watch sixers than wickets. So that appears to be the theory, because T20 cricket is about entertainment. And that's how the game gets globalized. It's about entertainment.
I still feel that if you get a good man out...
That's for a man, that's for someone who understands the game.
So you think the people coming here not understanding
No, not here, but in the global stage.
Yeah.
They come out for the entertainment value.
Okay. No, Tuskin.
What's happening? What is he trying to do?
Well, he was trying to slow it down, bowler, wide-ish Yorker in the process, lost it. It's sweating profusely. It is very muggy and is losing the grip on the ball.
35 of 2 balls, finish it off, Shamim. What are you trying to do?
Just bowl straight, let them get a few runs, doesn't matter.
2 sixes wouldn't harm you. Well, it might harm your bowling figures, but not the result.
Yeah, he'd like another wicket. He's got a wicket, 1 for 20, decent enough figures. He started off with a bang, bowled really with a lot of pace. Oh, tries it cheeky. I think he might not get that, because he was moving across to the offside, despite the fact it crossed that guideline. But the batsman was moving to the offside. Umpire thinks, okay,
correct.
that's
the
fair enough.
The line didn't move.
Yep.
So that's all right. That's a relief. So just one more ball to go.
Last ball of the innings coming up. Bangladesh on the verge of a very convincing win. They struggled to win in the first game, and they've come back to their normal self. You'd expect this on paper, much the stronger side. Gets a bit of bat on it. It's into the deep. They get a couple of runs, and here it comes, and that is it. The 20 overs of the innings for the United Arab Emirates has been completed. They reach 137 for the loss of 5 wickets, and Bangladesh winning this convincingly by 32 runs.
Well, it's a thoroughly satisfying performance as far as Bangladesh is concerned. Winning a series, a bilateral, which has eluded them in the past 12 months or so, and never really tasted success the way they would have liked to, but this could be the point that they've been looking for. And this could be possibly the turning point, and Bangladesh supporters will be hoping that they've just turned the corner as they go into a T20 World Cup. They got a Tri-Nation series coming up in New Zealand, so that's going to be the next test for them before they really step into that big stage as they take on the top teams in the world, as one of the top teams in the T20 World Cup. So all eyes will be on that.
Yes, indeed, and Bangladesh will be very relieved. This 2-match series is augmented by the weather conditions in Bangladesh, where the team could not practice because of the rains. There was a request made by the Bangladesh Cricket Board to the United Arab Emirates Board, and the request was agreed to, and it was very gracious of the UAE Cricket Board to invite Bangladesh over for these 2 games. I think it's helped their cause, and also I feel helped these young guys play with stronger opposition and play in difficult conditions and try and tune up the game, fine-tune their game, get ready themselves for the World Cup qualifying before the main tournament in Australia. So all in all, it has been beneficial to both the sides, and I think both the teams have done a good job in entertaining the crowd, have come in numbers, and I think these boys can be proud, and Bangladesh will be relieved, happy and pretty satisfied with what has transpired today.
Yeah, it will be better for UAE. They'll enjoy the experience. They'll definitely be better for the experience they achieved here in the 2 games. And they'll take a lot of positives as far as the UAE team is concerned. Rizwan, personally, a very satisfying game as a batsman. Though it would have been nice had they been able to finish off with a win. But it was not easy against a really top team like Bangladesh in the international stage, where Bangladesh has been really a dominating force. And the UAE team obviously feeling the heat, particularly in the second game. They did run Bangladesh quite closely in the first game. But in this game, Bangladesh coming into their own and winning quite comprehensively by 32 runs.
We'll have a look at the batting card of the United Arab Emirates riposte to that Bangladesh total, which was pretty daunting. Wasim and Suri started off, didn't really go a very long way. They started losing wickets. First wicket at 9, second at 27. Really couldn't build up a partnership. It was not till Rizwan and Hamid came into the middle and built up that brilliant partnership between them, and Rizwan getting to his 50. And all in all, it has been a good comeback by the UAE after faltering early on in the innings. Look at the partnerships, as I said, 9 and 18 the first two, and just a couple later. So they were looking to be sort of blasted apart at that point in time. But then that brilliant partnership, 90 of 75 balls between Hamid and Rizwan, got the UAE back into an area where they could be pretty happy what they achieved, and a little cameo partnership at the end of 18 runs.
Right, the Bangladesh bowling. Well, the fast bowlers have a good look at Taskin, 12 dot balls, Ibadat 11, so they'll be happy with what they take. The spinners, Miraj was good, just 12 runs, and Mossadegh had 2 for 8. Nazum went for a few runs, he went at 9 runs and over, but overall Bangladesh will be pleased with this effort, restricting UAE to 137 for 5, and a lot of discipline in the field as well, just 7 extras.
So Mohammad Wasim and Chirag Suri opened the innings. As we have a look at the highlights of this innings, they came in with a sense of purpose, but early on there's a lot of fire from Taskin Ahmed, and Nasim did well to spin the ball, got that thick part of the bat to take it into the air, got his own catch, and domination early on by the Bangladeshi bowlers, despite some lusty hitting by Mohammad Wasim.
Well, the Bangladesh bowling was good. They kept picking wickets and did that quite frequently. 4 wickets lost, with Mossadegh getting 2 in 2 to really peg the UAE batsman back. This was the second wicket Arvind. He was done by a one that kept low and pushed through quicker. Shabir Rahman came on, went for a few runs in his solitary over. But then that 5th wicket partnership between Basil Hamid and the captain.
Right, so the partnership that mattered was there was a bit of luck, a drop there in the deep, not too many lapses in the field today by Bangladesh, and Nasim was hit away lustily for a slug sweep 6. They're not shy to throw their bats at everything, and that was the essence of that partnership, the cheeky scoop shots, the improvisations, the innovations, the boldness, and this was a good take. Ibadat got that wicket, and we almost reached the innings despite the efforts, but all to no avail. United Arab Emirates falling short of the Bangladesh total. Just seeing the last few balls and the delighted Bangladesh crowd and the handshakes after, and Bangladesh winning this convincingly by 32 runs. Right, Tino Maboyo is with Sridharan Sriram in
Fantastic performance from the boys today. 37-run victory, a lot better, I think it sounds, than a 7-run victory.
Definitely, I mean, full credit to them, the way we prepared. I always kept asking them for improvement and impact, and I think they've done that really well.
Yeah, you talk about the improvement. Let's just look at that first game compared to today. What is it that you said to the team in the last couple of days to improve that performance today?
I think we just kept it very simple. We wanted to execute, and I mean, conditions were a lot better today. The ball wasn't getting that wet, whereas on the other day there was a lot of dew. The wicket ball was skidding on, so it was a good effort on that day compared to today because it was tougher conditions. They had the better conditions on the previous day. The wicket was slow to start off, but once the dew came in, it became a lot better to bat. So I think the credit to the boys for holding on for the first game, and credit to them for executing the way they did today.
A word on Taskin Ahmed, left out in that first game, coming into the side today. He started off extremely well and then came at the end to finish it off.
I mean, I don't think he was left out. It was a very clear plan as to who was going to play which game, so they knew prior to the two games that Fiz and Shoriful would play the first two games, and then Taskin and Abodet would play these two games. So it was pretty clear. We had that plan. We wanted to rotate our fast bowlers, and that's going to be a theme going forward. We want to give everyone, keep rotating them, and and then we know who's ready for come the World Cup.
Yeah, talking about that World Cup, of course, this is preparations going towards that. What's the team plan now after this tour and going towards the World Cup?
We've got a tri-series in New Zealand. The conditions are going to be a lot different. Playing Pakistan, who are playing really good cricket at the moment. New Zealand's a great side at home, so it's a different challenge for the boys, and I'm sure they're up for it.
All right, Sridharan, well done in the series, 2-0, and all the best going forward.
Thank you so much.
Just have a look at the two games. First one, the first T20 International here at the Dubai International Cricket Stadium, Bangladesh, just scraping through, winning by 7 runs. And today, more emphatic win by Bangladesh, winning by 32 runs. So the reason why they were here, a lot of practice required. The second one, they just did what they wanted to do. You needed a more clinical performance, which they've been able to achieve today. And this is a look at the first match summary.
Yeah, this is a look at the first game. Well, it was pretty close. 7 runs is all what Bangladesh had in the end, but it was a game for UAE to lose because they had their moments against Bangladesh. They really ran them close. There were times that the UAE couldn't really capitalize on, and eventually the superiority, the experience of Bangladesh and the sheer brilliance of Afif that really won this game for Bangladesh.
Okay, let's go down to Neil Ojha. He's got Robin Singh with him.
Well, yes, with me is the director of cricket of the Emirates Cricket Board, Robin Singh. Robin, 2 games, and I would say fantastic learnings out of the 2. A lot of positives. What would you count them out as?
Yeah, I think first of all, we played pretty inexperienced cricket, but it's pretty obvious. I mean, we had the first game to win. Unfortunately, I think lack of experience, we played some really poor shots under the circumstances. So no real excuse for those things. But I think the area where I'm really concerned about is the fielding, because I think we let them go in both the games. Both the games we dropped too many catches, we misfielded too many runs, and had we done that well, we probably would have restricted them for under 150 in both the games, which is a commendable effort by the bowlers. Considering that they're one of the top 10 international teams. As you know, these tournaments help us prepare. There's some good learnings from this. CP played really well today. The batters got some experience. Ayan, 16-year-old kid, has done really well. He's got a good head on his shoulders. He bowled well today. And I thought a few of the spinners, Kartik Mayappan, bowled really well during the course of the tournament. So. And a few of the fast bowlers came good. I mean, so we tried to rotate the fast bowlers a little bit to see who can do what. So I found a few things that we probably can use going forward in the World Cup.
Well, yeah, I mean, World Cup is underway in like less than 20 odd days. The preparation that we've seen in these 2 games, the execution that we've seen rather, how does this change any of your plans going into the World Cup?
It changes a little bit. But it really depends on the conditions you're going to play in Australia. We really don't know what conditions we're going to get there. how quick or fast the wickets are going to be, how slow. I know it's the early part of the season in Australia, so we're going to be playing and dropping wickets, but we also have quite a few practice games to try out a few more things. So the area that I'm concerned about really is the middle order batting, and we need to get a better start. If we can do that well, I think we will be in a good position because we have some depth in our batting.
Well, a bunch of youngsters, came out and showed what they've got. One or two names that you're mighty impressed with?
Of course, I said Ayan for sure. Karthik, these are the two definitely outstanding players, right? And we have a few more sitting in the bench. Unfortunately, it's really about combinations that we have. Right. So I think Sabir bowled really well. So that's a good find for us. He's pretty raw, he's pretty new. So that's a good find. He's got a little bit of pace, lots to work on. But saying that, it's really about having the experience. If you look at our entire team, probably a couple of the players there would have played more matches than most of our team put together.
True that. No, but then, the experienced lot definitely came out and shined. But there were these two guys who struck around and got a 90-run partnership today. A word on Basil and Rizwan in the centre.
Well, Basil has promised a lot. Today I think he delivered. He was actually not supposed to play, so I thought about it and we thought, okay, let's give him a go and see what happens. So we were actually hoping that he'd bowl much better than he did. Unfortunately, he didn't get a chance to bowl today, but I think he batted really well today. That's what he's capable of. CP batted exceptionally well, so that's a real positive for us.
Right. Now, my last question to you is, amongst all of these boys that we've seen here today, definitely we'll see them featuring regularly in the times to come. Amongst the ones that we haven't seen today, a name or two?
I think Alishan is there.
Right.
We have... that's really Ahmed is not played. Right. I mean, he's one of our most experienced spinners, so I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do in Australia as well. So these are the two people I'm looking forward to. I think they will make a huge difference.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Back to comms.
Thank you.
Right, here we are. Let's have a look at the first innings highlights of this match. Mehdi Hasan Miraj and Shabir Rahman came in to open the innings, and Mehdi was onto it in a flash, scored a boundary first ball. Shabir tried to follow suit, but when Shabir was on 12, he got an awkward bounce and he was given out leg before. And another innings that Shabir could not compound on. Then Liton Dash came. He looked pretty threatening. He scored a couple of fours early on and two more later on, with him dancing down the wicket, showing his usual attacking self. But this one, the ball just falling a little short and played it away into the hands of cover point. Then Afif Hussain, in his usual manner, threatened with big shots, but he went on 18 to the bowling of Ayan Afzal Khan.
Well, the Bangladesh batsmen continued to dominate. Mosaddeq went over the top, not afraid to play those big shots. Mehdi Hasan Miraj was very creative. And then this wasn't a great decision too by the umpire. I thought it was the second one that looked a little bit dubious. Runs kept coming. Some reverse sweeps, slog sweeps, drop catchers, they all aided Bangladesh. So Mosaddeq did hold out of the last ball of the leg spinner Mayappan's spell, and then it was up for Yasir to try and throw his bat around, and the captain Sohan threw his bat around bat hard as well, and then finished off in style with a six of the last ball over long off.
And that put up that rather daunting total. It eventually turned out to be for the United Arab Emirates team to chase, and eventually they ended up at 137 for 5. Bangladesh winning this one by 32 runs and winning this series 2-0.
Welcome to the post-match presentation here at the Dubai International Stadium. It's the second match of the Sky Exchange UAE versus Bangladesh Friendship Series powered by Sat News. Well, it's been a fantastic series thus far, and series like this need some support to make them happen. And a very quick and gracious word to the sponsors, Sky Exchange and Sat Sports News. Right, so the game the other night was a very tight one. 7 runs in the end Bangladesh won by, but today was a very different, a very convincing victory from Bangladesh, winning the second match and taking the series 2-0. Today's presentation guest is Mr. Zaid Abbas. He's a board member of the Emirates Cricket Board, and he will present today's Player of the Match award as well as the winner's trophy. Right, I'd like to at this juncture call upon the losing captain from the UAE, CP Rizwan. CP, come forward. Great performance the other night, didn't go quite so well today.
Yeah, unfortunately it didn't go the way we wanted. We couldn't get much runs in the power play, which was the difference between this match and last match. We had got a good start in the first match. Unfortunately, we were short by some runs and we had lost a lot of wickets in the up front. So yeah, that was the difference.
You had more to chase tonight, and it was always important that you got runs in that first power play. How difficult was it, and why do you think it was made so difficult by the Bangladesh bowlers?
Yeah, I would say they bowled in good channels. They showed their experience. They obviously are a quality side. They showed their quality today, and they didn't give anything for the batsmen. And credit to them also. And as I said, it's a learning curve for our team to play against a quality nation. If we play more like matches like this, we'll improve, and obviously in the future it will benefit us.
Yeah, you lost early wickets pretty quickly, but it was a wonderful partnership, 90 plus between you and Basil, showing the youngsters how to go, but just a little bit too late.
Yeah, unfortunately, I said we obviously, when we don't get a start, it's always patch-up work, right? So we were trying to get a partnership, and obviously in the end they bowled really well. It's a lesson for our bowlers also to execute their skills in the way they did. It's a huge learning curve for our bowlers also. So obviously I'll like to take this experience towards the World Cup and put up a great show over there, inshallah.
Yeah, you talk about that World Cup, it's just around the corner. So what's lined up for the team now before you head to Australia?
Yeah, we'll inshallah travel within 2 days to Australia. We have a couple of practice matches over there. We'll try to get used to the conditions over there, and inshallah we'll prepare and try to give our best in the World Cup, inshallah.
Okay, all the best. It's been good preparation for you.
Thank you once again for the Bangladesh board to come here and play a good series against us. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Very kind of you. Thank you very much, CP Rizwan, the captain of the UAE. Right, we'll move on to the Player of the Match award. And this will attract a check of $1,000 as well as a Player of the Match trophy. And it was a pretty simple decision for the commentators to make today. It goes to Mahidi Hassan of Bangladesh for a fantastic performance of 46 in 37 balls. It included 5 boundaries as well as 2 overs for 12 runs. You'll receive his check from Mr. Zaid Abbas as well as his Player of the Match trophy. Right, that's today's Player of the Match, and we'll move on to the captain, the winning captain for the series, and that of course is Nurul Hassan of Bangladesh. I'll ask him to come forward and have a word with me first, and then he can collect his trophy. Nurul, much better performance from the team today. You must be feeling good.
Yeah, I'm feeling good, and that whole team played really well, so the boys deserve it.
What was the difference in today's performance as to 2 days ago, and what did you say in the change room to the boys before you came out this evening?
No, you know, all the boys are very keen to play well in here because we're traveling to New Zealand from here, and then we have a World Cup, so it's a great effort from the boys, and I think it will help us in the World Cup.
Yeah, you haven't won a T20 international series for a while, so this will be good for you, and you're talking about the preparations for the World Cup. That will stand you in good stead.
You know, the winning is a habit, so I think it will help us in the New Zealand and World Cup as well.
Yeah, okay, well, really well performed here. All the best on your way back home or back to Australia, and enjoy the cricket.
And thank you all, and thanks all to Emirates Cricket Board as well for arranging this nice event in here. Thanks to all.
Okay, all right, very well played. Congratulations. I'm going to ask you to receive the winner's trophy from Mr. Zaid Abbas. I thought you would have come down with your boys, Nurul Hassan, but anyway, congratulations, very well played.
Bangladesh, the winners of the Sky Exchange UAE versus Bangladesh Friendship Series, powered by Sat News. That's all we've got for you from the presentation ceremony. It's back upstairs.
Thank you very much, Tino. Really appreciate your endeavors in this wonderful series. We've all enjoyed it, and the Ring of Fire here at the Dubai International Cricket Stadium, and it's been a delight to watch these two games. Bangladesh winning this quite emphatically, this second one, and winning the series 2-0. They will go back home with more confidence, and I'm sure this win will stand them in good stead for their preparations for the World T20. Well, it's been a pleasure, and we'll just wait. Now he's got the winner's check. We've got to wait for that. And $2,000 to Shohan and his team, and congratulations once again to Bangladesh for winning the series. Okay, it's been a pleasure having all of you here with us in the United Arab Emirates. Hope we meet up again very, very soon. Till then, it's goodbye from Dubai.